Recess. Today is Thursday, May 4th, and it is 7:01 p.m. Madam Clerk, do you mind calling the roll, please?
I would be honored. Representative Adams. Here. Amboise. Here. Bailey. Here. Burrell. Here. Brennan. Bright.
Here.
Casper.
Here.
Surf. She's online. Representative Surf, I see you. Okay. Chase.
Here.
Kopp.
Here.
Crockett Hubbard. Dean Shinbrot. Eben. Representative Eben, I see you.
Here.
Yep.
Here.
Okay.
It's very hard to unmute for some reason.
Oh, sometimes. Okay. Frickman. Representative Frickman. Fritchie. Representative Fritchie. Okay. Gardner.
Here.
Gauthier.
Here.
Gibbs. Gustafson.
Here.
Hainline. I see you.
Here.
Hanscom.
Here.
Ivy. Caden.
Here.
Massett.
Here.
McElry.
Here.
Merritt.
Here.
Norman.
Here.
Aubry.
Here.
Perry.
Here.
K. Powers.
Here.
S. Powers.
Here.
Pacino. Scott.
Here.
Cimarero.
Here.
Thomas.
Here.
V.C. Williams.
Here.
Watson.
Here.
Weaver. Wells.
Here.
Whitney.
Here.
And Rusk.
Here.
There's 32.
So the first item on our agenda tonight is item number 1024, Public Safety, on page 101. Chair Burrell. Chief, if you guys want to come up, feel free.
The R.T.M. Public Safety Committee held a meeting April 27th. The call to order is 7:06. Members present were myself, Representative Adams, Representative Amboise, Representative Ivy, and Representative Thomas. A quorum was declared. Also present were representatives from the town of Groton, the city of Groton, the Groton Long Point. Okay, we had a discussion. We started off early because the chief was going to be there all night, but we started off with the City of Groton Police, account number 0090. A motion was made for $2,935,888 by Representative Adams, seconded by Amboise. A presentation was made by the Mayor Hendrick and the chief. It was questions and never answered. We had the vote. It was 4 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 abstaining. Next, we went to the account 00910, the Groton Long Point Police. Motion for $371,050 by Representative Amboise, seconded by Representative Adams. Discussion was made, presentation was made by the Chief Knowles, and questions were answered. We had the vote. It was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Next, we went to account number 1024, Public Safety. A motion was made for $10,220,831 by Representative Amboise, seconded by Representative Adams. Presentation by Chief Farcero, and questions were asked and then answered. Vote was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. We went to the CIP projects. It was, the first one was CIP 7F, which was a squad car and body cameras. A motion to approve, motion was made, sorry, for $44,000 by Representative Amboise, second by Representative Adams. Discussion by, presentation was made by Chief Fisero. We had the vote. It was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Next was count CIP 7J, Fire and EMS Radio Control Station Installation. Motion was made for $110,000 by Representative Amboise and seconded by Representative Adams. Discussion, presentation again was made by Chief Fisero. There was questions asked and answered. At a vote, we had the vote. It was 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Then last, we had account number CIP 7K, Police Evidence Processing Command Vehicle. Motion was made for $125,000 by Representative Amboise, seconded by Representative Adams. A presentation again was made by Chief Fisero. Questions asked and answered. Then a motion made for $250,000 was made by Representative Thomas, seconded by Representative Amboise. The question came up about the ability of the R.T.M. restore funds to the CIP project. The chair made a decision to act on the amendment figure and send to the R.T.M. body. We had a vote on the $250,000 at 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. Meeting was then ended.
Right. So for CIP 1024, or I'm sorry, for account 1024, do you
Yep.
have a motion?
For account 1024, public safety, I'd like to move $10,220,831.
I have a point of information
Yes.
on the minutes. Could you just state who abstained from the City of Groton Police and then add that to the minutes? Because that information needs to be in there.
I believe it was Representative Thomas.
Okay, thank you.
So the original number for this was 10,199,831. The number was increased by $21,000 by the town council for traffic signs. Chief Fisero and Captain B are both here. Do you want an overview, or would you just prefer to ask questions? Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes. Do we want an overview or questions? Overview. Okay, can I get an overview, please? Thank you. Chief, yeah, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all well tonight. I went in great detail with the R.T.M. Public Safety Committee last week, but I'll hit kind of the highlights. But our budget is up roughly 7.3%. This is due in part to the fact that we are fully staffed right now. As I explained to them last week, fully staffed does not mean everyone is fully operational. Here's what I'll explain by that. We have 5 officers that are currently in training. We have 2 that are in the academy, and then we have another 3 that are in field training. So they're not full assets to the department in the sense that they have a patrol car, they go out on their own. They're working with a field training officer. The same holds true in the dispatch center. We have 2 individuals that are currently in training within the dispatch center. To back up a little bit, we've got 13 positions in the dispatch center. Currently, 11 of them are filled. We do expect 1 retirement in the very near future. That will bring us down to 10. We replace them through overtime. We replace them to through a couple of part-time dispatchers that have stayed on after retirement in a part-time capacity. So that's where we are with our staffing levels. Some of the increases that you've seen in the budget, as the moderator indicated, there was an additional $21,000 added for speed signs. The town manager and I share the duties of the traffic authority. That is constantly something that comes up, speeding through town. We do enforcement efforts with our officers, but also we do an education component, which is to put out signs, put out notices in the public to alert people to the fact that there is that they may be going above the posted speed limit. Those signs enable us to put them at different locations throughout the town. They've been pretty popular. And I think Town Manager Burt will back me up on this, that when we do have those meetings, we're constantly getting requested for neighborhoods to have those speed signs installed. So hopefully that additional money will help us to do that. We've settled one contract, that's with the telecommunicators union, with their contractually obligated raises. We're currently in negotiations with the police department, with the police union, I should say. Another note in this is we have a community outreach specialist, public safety community outreach specialist. She's been wildly successful, works very closely with underserved members of the community, but also does a lot of follow-up with victims of domestic violence, homelessness, a lot of things that that we explained 2 years ago, I think, when we pitched this position. There's a second position in this budget for another person doing the same things, but also getting into a recovery coach, addiction issues. So that's one of the goals that the second position would also help to fill. Over the last couple of years, and it's evidence in the fact that we've hired a lot of people in the last couple of years, is that we've lost some folks. We lost a good number of police officers and dispatchers over the previous 3 or 4 years. I can tell you with some degree of certainty, yes, that is directly resulting from some of the police accountability things, because we had officers that were eligible that may have otherwise stayed and remained employed with the town beyond their retirement date, but who chose to retire. And I respect their service and appreciate that, but we had to fill those individuals with new officers. And since the beginning of 2022, we hired 12 brand-new officers. So a little over a year, we've hired 12 officers just in the police department. We've also hired, I believe, 3 dispatchers in that time to fill some of the vacancies that have occurred. So those are all filled positions. Again, we're working closely with HR, and Captain B is certainly with filling the dispatcher positions. We've also had additional requirements for training, and the council and R.T.M. have been very good about ensuring that the police department gets the training that we should have, but moreover gets additional training. I don't believe hitting the minimum marks is always the best policy to have. Having police officers and dispatchers, for that matter, that know their jobs, understand the left and right limits of it, but go above and beyond and get crisis intervention training, get additional use of force training, and all the things that are beyond what is obligated. But the obligations alone are considerable. In the last couple of years, officers in our department are going to training at least quarterly, where they're getting firearms training, pistol, rifle. They're also getting hands-on for use of force, defensive tactics, legal updates. As I mentioned a second ago, crisis intervention training. Our officers deal with a lot of people that are in crisis, so they're certainly getting additional training in that. We've also entered into an agreement with Post University out of Waterbury. So rather than sending officers to Meriden or to other locations off-site to get these low-density training sessions, we're able to get them delivered online so they can do it while they're working in the police department on their computer, or at an alternate location, so they can get these electronically delivered classes to them remotely, rather than us putting them in a car, sending them across the state. So I do think that will pay dividends in the future. We also went to new tasers, body cameras, and in-car cameras in the last year, so certainly that's a recurring training expense that happens annually. In this budget, to help pay for that, we asked for an additional $45,000 in training funds. Another good thing for the department is we have a high percentage of our officers who are well-educated. And when I say well-educated, not only do we have people with associate's degrees, but we have bachelor's degrees, master's degrees. We even have some of our officers going for doctoral degrees at this point in time. As part of their salary and the contract that they fall under, they do get additional compensation annually for a stipend for those additional degrees. Operations are also up. We are in the process of CALIA accreditation. And you did meet Captain B a couple of minutes ago when the moderator introduced him, but I also have Captain Greg McCarthy, who oversees our patrol and detective divisions, and then with him is Deputy Chief Gately, and Deputy Chief Gately he's the executive officer of the department, but also handles professional standards, accreditation, training kind of falls under him too, and a myriad of other things. Captain B's primary duties are to handle the dispatch center, to oversee the budgeting process, which he helps me with, and also he does the bulk of the emergency management and oversees records. So part of what I was getting to is the accreditation. We are mandated to be accredited. This department undertook the process to go through international accreditation through CALIA, which is the Commission on Accreditation for Law Enforcement Agencies. We're in that process now. We're scheduled for our evaluation in December, so we're prepping for that. In a couple of weeks, we'll have POST, which is the Police Officer Standards and Training Council, which is the state governing body, will be coming down to do an audit of us as well in the June months for accreditation. That is an annual fee. There are expenses associated with that, and the budget includes those. It also includes our digital document management system, which in today's day and age, officers, you know, when I first got into law enforcement, I was issued a binder with all our policies in it that was about 4 inches wide that I had to carry with me all the time. We don't do that anymore. The officers are able to get it through their phones, get it through their computers, and it's through a digital document management system. So earlier today, the deputy chief was updating policies. When they get published, they'll get a notice. They have to read it. They have to sign it. It's all documented in there, and it's also easily searchable and researched. And it's all compliant with both POST and CLIA accreditation standards. There is a cost to that as well. As part of that also, we've the same company that does that document management system for all of our accreditation and internal needs. They also provide some scheduling programs as well as FTO program, field training officer. So every day an officer or a dispatcher for that matter is in training and has to be documented on a daily observation report. This gets us off the pen and paper onto a digital management system which archives it and stores it for long periods of time. That is a quick nutshell review of our budget. I'm certainly available to answer any questions.
Sure. All right, Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chief, I have a couple questions for you on a couple of these line items. The college incentive, line item 5106, that's all, is that required or is that all elective reimbursements?
No. Yeah, the college incentive is for officers that have advanced degrees. It is part of the collective bargaining agreement. So if an officer receives a bachelor's degree, they annually get a couple $1,000. If they get a master's degree, they get, I think it's $2,800 above that. So that's all part of the CBA. So they do get that payment annually.
So that would be for, that's not a raise in their salary, that's to reimburse them for the education.
No, that's actually, that's to incentivize people to get those degrees. So it is part of their pay. They do get that annually.
Okay, just a couple more. Line item 5111, no, excuse me, line item 5112, the sick incentive, could you explain that to us, how that works?
Also part of the collective bargaining agreement, if an employee does not take sick leave, doesn't use a sick day for a quarter of the year, they get an incentive pay for that. It's to incentivize people not to abuse sick time. I can tell you I found it to be a good thing. I came from an organization that didn't have that, and it kind of operated as a disincentive where people would take sick time, maybe abuse it from time to time. This creates an environment where they actually want to come to work because they're incentivized to do that.
What would that incentive be if you went a quarter of the
I
year?
think it's a
without-
day's pay.
1 day's pay for
Yep.
each quarter?
Yep.
Okay, and my third item would be salary reimbursement, item number 5119. Could you explain that?
Yeah, let me go. That's the.
Oh, it's a credit, I'm sorry. But I still want to know what it is.
So, I'm sorry. Give me the line item again. I'm sorry.
Line item 5119.
5119. If it's a credit, that would be stuff that goes from goes into the. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's the SROs. So we get money back into the town from the school resource officers being assigned to the schools. We pay 10 months of the year, we pay 2 months of the year's salary for those officers because they're not in school during the summer, they're part of the police department. They're actually paid for out of the budget, they're paid for out of our budget, but they're reimbursed to our budget by the Board of Ed.
Thank you, Chief.
All right.
Representative Cerf.
Yes. I have probably the least important thing anyone will ever ask you to do, but I'm on this social media website called Nextdoor, where people are constantly losing their animals and then asking everyone if they know whose animal it is. And I'm constantly answering, please call animal control. People don't seem to know that we have such a wonderful animal control department, and they're the best people to find the owners. Is there some way you could get one of the animal control officers to advertise on Nextdoor and say that they're the best people to call? That way I don't have to.
Sure. Yeah, I will tell you, some of the biggest hits we get on our Facebook account are from our animal control officers, that, you know, when they put out something about an animal, but certainly you can talk to them about it.
Thank you very much. I think that would help both the owners and the animals.
Okay, Representative Thomas, you had your hand up next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you for everything you do. We had a brief conversation during the committee that wasn't able to get the answer I was hoping for at the time, because it was not pertinent to the subject at hand. But in regards to the body camera footage and the editing that's required in order to provide those for FYE requests, you mentioned that it was a civilian contractor that does that?
Not a contractor, a
Or-
civilian employee.
Civilian employee, thank you. Which line item is that under?
That is the public safety, police support specialist. That's actually, it should be in our staffing that you have there. I don't know what line item it is, but it's a
It is.
police support specialist.
It's the second to last one under,
Oh,
Yeah,
Police
if you're on
support
page
106,
specialist?
Yeah.
Okay, great. And just to clarify, you did say that you're looking, in this budget, you allotted for a second, forgive me, the title.
Community outreach specialist.
That's the one, yes. So you're looking for hiring a second?
Correct.
And you've budgeted for that?
Correct, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
And they're two, just to be clear, just so that there's no ambiguity, they're two different positions. Public safety community outreach specialist is what we would commonly refer to as the social worker. The police support specialist is actually a civilian employee within the records department, a salaried employee who is the supervisor of the records division, works for Captain B, but also does all of our redaction, all of our, anything that comes in for a request through FOIA, through, the courts, through the general public. He's the one that answers those questions.
Understood. Thank you for that clarification. Yeah, I understood that. Yeah, I just wanted to, now looking forward, like to the next year's budget, are you looking for a third, what I'll just call a social worker, the police outreach specialist?
I don't anticipate that right now, but I ask me in a year and I'll be able to give you a better answer on that. But right now, and I've said this before, and I do believe in shared services. I've certainly, if the R.T.M. chooses to fund this, it's certainly available to our partner agencies here in the town. So if Groton City, Groton Long Point needed it, just like with the ACOs, if they need them, they call them, they work for them during the time that they're there. That's
Understood.
certainly available.
Great, yeah, no, I would actually, would be in favor of a third. I think there would be value in having one per shift, roughly speaking, to handle the cases that they handle. So, thank you.
Representative Norman. Oh, hi, thank you. Two quick questions. Number one, I noticed you're purchasing the stationary cameras, and you said they're to help increase solve rates, but also they don't record PII.
Right.
Don't you need PII to solve the case? Like you need
No, and they're designed deliberately for that, to protect certain things. What it is if let's say right now Stonington had a hit-and-run accident somewhere on their side of Mystic.
Okay.
And that vehicle that was involved was Connecticut 123 ABC. We had a plate with that. Those cameras would start looking for that. Or if it was just described as a white Honda Civic, we could program that in. Again, he's our project guy, so Captain B has been the guy that's been looking into this project. So they don't capture the face, they capture the plate, they capture the vehicle. So if it's alerted, it's an algorithm they use.
Got it. So it's all traffic focused, not like human
Right. It
focused.
doesn't look
and
for
human.
humans, it looks for vehicles.
Got it. Okay, thank you. My second question is, and sorry if I'm reading this wrong, but under your cost center for community-oriented policing, it looks like it was allocated over 400,000 potentially last year, but you've only are looking to that you're going to have spent just over 200,000. And I was wondering, I know you're asking for a similar amount this year. Was there something that changed or an experience you had that made you realize you didn't need as much money?
I think that's just a matter of where putting people in the right spots. What may be our community, that all of our personnel are in that too for certain positions, like the community policing officers. But I'm not sure if we may have pulled the school resource officer out of that and put him into patrol. So that may explain that. So that
Okay.
cost center may have adjusted. It's gone up and down because we kind of put those people in different positions as kind of their supervisory group changes.
Got it. Thank you.
Is there anyone else? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This thing seems loud. Just looking at the budget from 2022 through now, it looks like you're increasing your needs by $1.1 million. Let's talk about how we got there. How many new people have you hired on in that time period, and what's the impact on that number?
Sure. Just off the top of my head, I know since the start of 2022, we hired 12 new police officers. And looks like probably 4 dispatchers. So they were replacing some incumbents. Yeah, we did receive additional staffing. One was to make that second position for a school resource officer at the middle school. So that was an additional person.
We may need to stop for a second.
Hold on one second, please.
Yeah.
Sean,
Recording in progress.
we just lost Zoom. Okay, I think we're back. Can everybody hear us again?
I can't hear.
Can you guys hear us online?
Can everybody on Zoom hear us again? Representative Watson, Perry,
We
Sir.
can hear each other
Okay.
though.
We can hear each other, they can't hear us.
We can hear them.
Can anybody hear us now?
There is a
Okay.
delay, by the way.
Testing 1, 2.
Yeah.
Representative Cerf, can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful, we're back. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank. Did you have more you wanted to say?
Did I answer your question? I'm not sure.
I asked how many new people were in the budget and what the impact was on that increase of 1.1
And
million.
we also hired our social worker, our community outreach specialist during that time, so that was an additional position. Really, and I said this to the Public Safety Committee, I do sound like a broken record, but the cost of policing has gotten more expensive over the last several years. And yes, there's a direct correlation to police accountability. There's more equipment, there's additional training. You know, we are very selective in the hiring of our officers, you know, and we need to be. Every police department needs to be, but I'm proud of the fact that we've gotten a very diverse group of people that we've hired on as police officers and dispatchers in our department that meet all the criteria that stood the test of time before police accountability took place. So our officers are a very solid group, and yes, we've got a young department, and we've had a bunch of turnover. I'm hoping that we've stabilized it for the foreseeable future.
Okay. Do you still have any vacancies?
Not in the police department, not currently. We do have one pending retirement that I expect to lose an officer within the next couple of months. But we have 2 vacancies, soon to be 3 vacancies within the dispatch center. And that's a bit of a challenge to hire, because unlike where we have a multitude of police officers that can serve as field training officers, that doesn't hold true in the dispatch center, because it's kind of a confined quarters. We only have the capacity to train one person at a time at any given part of the day. So we don't start training a new employee until someone else gets finished with their training, and that typically takes about 9 months.
Okay. If we were to make a cut tonight, what could you lose without losing manpower?
The bulk of our budget is manpower. We don't really have a lot of fluff in the stuff that we've requested as far as operational needs is all stuff that we have to have. personnel is where we would make the adjustment.
Okay.
You know.
I'm going to put a new number on the floor. I'm going to put the original number of $10,199,831. That takes the $21,000 increase for signs out of the discussion. Thank you.
Second?
Second.
Second, Representative Gardner. Any, Representative Gardner? That's your second. Oh,
Thank
new
you.
one.
Chief, I have a couple more questions for you. Item number 10242, special services. Could you explain what that is, please?
Those are our investigators. It was somewhat separate. We've begun to merge them. We have investigators and detectives, different titles, same jobs, but it fell under a different category. We've merged them into the criminal investigation division as those. That was the old moniker that was used. We've kind of put them all under the same umbrella now, but they've still those cost centers that we bill them to have remained the same.
Okay, and the last item I have is 10244, assembly safety.
Yeah, that is overtime. That's for the Mystic Irish Parade. We have a lot of events in town. 4th of July parade. We have stuff that we have to call people in. The fireworks every summer, we call them in. That's the category we pay them out of. So when they come in, they're not part of our regular staffing. Presidential visit, later this month when the Coast Guard Academy has their graduation, and they have a dignitary come into the Groton and London Airport. There's security details that we have to pay for, and that's the fund that we use it out of.
Okay. Thank you, Chief.
Any other, Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just a quick question to follow up on the police accountability bill discussion. Would you have a rough estimate of what the overall increase has been in your budget due to that bill?
No, the first year we tracked it. It's just I've incorporated it all into the regular budget that we put together. So there's no. We've had additional training. Our overtime has gone up when we replace people we're sending them to schools, or we're putting them into use of force training, or if we're sending them to taser training. There's additional requirements that the law has mandated for use of force has changed. So there's a different standard that the officers needed to be trained on, and we need to refresh it every year. So it's not, I can't just say it costs this much. I know the first year we had put something together. I guess you could incorporate that community outreach specialist into that category too, but I can't give you a bottom line figure, hey, this is what it's costing this year. It's the way forward. I think as time goes on, it's just going to be part of the way we do business. It is part of the way we do business.
Understood. My reason for asking is twofold. One, to kind of get a better sense of, why the budget's been increasing. And two, we spoke briefly last year about possibilities of working together to try to find some state subsidies or ways to kind of defray the costs some for the town, the burden of the town. And so I was just wondering if there was a percentage, a figure or something to kind of grapple with that, but I don't know.
I think the state would tell you that a number of years ago they provided grants for body cameras, which are, when they provided those grants, we did take advantage of that grant. That was not mandatory at the time. Now it is mandatory, and of course we took advantage of the grant at the time, and the sustainment costs are all on the cities and towns. I think an argument can be made that there are a lot of unfunded requirements that have come about. We don't get this windfall from the state. Those are discussions that I do have with my colleagues. We have many of the same discussions that you would expect us to have, saying, hey, we've got to do this now, how are we going to pay for it? I've got to go back to my city or town and ask them for more money to do additional training to ensure that the standards. Other things which I didn't mention, and because it is the part of doing business now, is I'm sending officers to psychological testing. That's required. There's a cost. And guess what happened after that bill came out and we started sending people to psychological testing? Those charges went up. So what we were paying for psychological testing a few years ago is less than what we're paying now. We're paying for drug screening. There's a lot of stuff that, some hidden costs. But I haven't gotten a check from the state of Connecticut that says this has helped to defray the costs of the bill that we passed in 2020.
Has there been any discussion about?
For me, moderator, we can't hear online anymore.
Can you hear it all?
It's breaking up.
Representative Eben, can you hear it all? Okay, hold on, we're going to try. Representative Bailey?
I can hear you now, but I cannot hear anything for the last minute or two.
Thank you very much. It's severely cut in
Okay. Can you hold the mic really close?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah.
I mean, is that any better?
We're having issues with the internet.
But it's very sporadic.
Hold on, Representative, can you hear Representative Thomas if he speaks louder? Go ahead, try.
Hello, 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 hello. Mic check.
No, it's not loud, it's
Nope.
not a loudness problem, it's cutting out.
Okay, we're working on the connection, so we're just going to take a quick wait. We're not going to recess quite yet. We're good? Okay, can you guys hear us better now?
Check, 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 check.
Are we hearing everything?
Hello?
Yes, we can hear.
Okay.
Zoom? Is Zoom
Okay.
there?
Sir said it's more of a complete cutout rather than a two.
Okay. So Sean's right by the computer. He's going to try to keep an eye on it, and hopefully we can make it work. Representative Thomas, go ahead.
All right. Well, long story short, I'll follow up with you through the manager, but I would like to continue those efforts and look at what possibilities exist. Because I know you've worked with the police chiefs union on some bills up there, and you know, I'm thinking maybe there's some other options as well that could be explored.
Yeah, I testify a lot. I don't know why. Somehow I get tapped a lot for testimony as the member of the legislative committee. We do push for that. I will tell you, the police chiefs don't advocate for money when it comes to that. That's the cities and towns, that's CCM. That's our elected officials at the state level that push that. It's kind of a difficult thing for us to do as police chiefs because it seems a bit self-centered. But I present my budget to the council and the R.T.M. If there are ways to find funding, we certainly try to do that. We do partner with agencies. We're partners with the state police, with local agencies around here, with the FBI. We do get a little bit of money, and if we assign officers to investigations with them and to work on task forces, we get reimbursement. But it certainly doesn't make a notable offset of our budget. But if there's things that are required that aren't funded. I'll give you an example. We pay the state of Connecticut to send a police officer to the police academy in Meriden. 15 years ago, you didn't do that. It was free. So all those costs have gone up universally. But again, that's probably a conversation to be had with elected officials from a municipal standpoint, looking to state government to pay for a little bit more of what they're requiring.
Understood. All right. Well, we'll carry that conversation on another time. Thank you.
Representative Norman. Oh, Representative Kopp.
Hi, thanks very much for everything you do for this town. I just, in hearing your explanation about assembly pay, thank you. When I look at the overtime, can you just explain to me how that gets budgeted and how you use the overtime account with a fully, now that you're fully staffed? Great news.
Sure. As I said from the outset, we're fully staffed, but not everybody's fully operational. And overtime is a cost of doing business in public safety, police, fire, EMS. There's always that cost. When you're running a 24/7 operation, 365, people get sick, people take vacations, people have leaves of absence for a variety of reasons, military leave, all kinds of other stuff, and we replace them. So there's a couple of different ways to look at it. There's if Captain B is assigned a day shift patrol today, and Captain B has a vacation, well, we still need to fill that patrol. We usually don't have too many people extra to say, okay, it's a wash. If we have extra people, then yes, we'll assign someone to that patrol area, and there'll be no additional cost. But in most circumstances, somebody's going to have to work that shift. So maybe they call in Officer Fazaro, and Officer Fazaro fills that. And I don't get paid, I get an additional pay for that. I get time and a half. So if my hourly rate is $20, I'm not getting $20, I'm getting $30. I'm getting time and a half. The other way is if there's a critical investigation. We've had a bunch of them lately. Last 2 Fridays, knock on wood, good luck this Friday, but the last 2 Fridays we've had fatal accidents in Groton, right? One on the Gold Star Bridge that shut down pretty much all of eastern Connecticut, up and down parts of the eastern seaboard because of the Gold Star Bridge being out, working with our colleagues in Groton City, and certainly it had impact to Stonington, Ledger, to all the surrounding communities. Then we had another fatal accident last week. So those investigations are labor intensive. So the officer that gets assigned that, we may call in extra people to take that patrol. We're sending people to the hospital. So, it's all hands on deck and then some. We may have to call in detectives that are off duty to help do an investigation. If there's a burglary and we need evidence seized, and we need photographs taken, and we need victims or witnesses interviewed, it usually doesn't happen Monday through Friday, 8 to 4. Those things usually happen on off hours. And another thing that we've been trying to do in response to some of the concerns that the citizens have had, and I'm sure some of you all have had, are the increase in activity in Mystic and during the summer, noise complaints, responding to that, trying to address crowds, parking issues, and just having an additional presence. So occasionally we'll bring officers in on overtime when we know that there is a large influx of people, usually during the summer on the weekends in Mystic. We've been doing that lately. Or, and the other part is training. If under the same scenario, Captain B is assigned to work midnight shift, I'm sending him to required firearms, or use of force training, or something else. He's going to come in during the day, he's going to go with our training officers, or we'll send him off-site to a location, and someone's, again, going to have to fill that position. So even though he's still working, I'm paying overtime for someone else to do his job, or I'm holding him over on overtime after his regular shift to do the training that he's required to do. And the same, I could say the same for the dispatch center. The dispatch center is a little bit different animal right now because we dispatch police, fire, EMS for all of Groton and all in North Stonington as well, and we dispatch Lawrence Memorial Ambulance. So that we need a certain amount of people in there. So when they're off duty or on vacation or using their accrued leave or sick, we have to replace them. So there'll be someone that comes in to fill that void, and typically that's on overtime. Sorry, that might have been a complicated answer. I apologize if it was.
No, I appreciated that answer. And
if you could please stand up.
Oh, sorry. I appreciated that answer. And I will say, like, if you have folks who are doing a lot of overtime, like I look at the amount more that is, it's like over 25% more than salaries alone. If there's a world in which you think you can get to a lower bottom line with more people so they do less overtime and time and a half, like that's a conversation I'd love to have in the future. I think my other question, just on the money stuff, is you talked about the number of people who'd retired recently and the new folks coming in, but I think I was sort of surprised to see that the sort of average salary has continued to go up, and I usually think about people at the end of their career making a lot more than those newer folks. Can you talk about why that might be, that even with the exit of, I don't know if it was 8 or 12 that you said, of the folks about to retire, why
Sure.
that overall salary is continuing to go?
We have a collective bargaining agreement. What that means is there's a union that represents police officers, a separate union that represents our dispatchers. We also have civilian employees that are represented by a third union. They sit at the table. Sometimes it's across from me, sometimes the town manager, the HR director. They negotiate salaries and benefits, and typically they don't go down, right? And we're living in an environment now where inflation has gone up, so the costs of many things have gone up, so pay has gone up. It does not take an exceptionally long time for an officer to start at the initial entry salary and make it all the way to the top salary. It's only a matter of 5 years. So,
oh, got it.
So it's not a long time. And also, to be quite frank, we, like every other police department and public, we're in a competitive market right now. It's tough to hire police officers. We're very lucky to have the staffing that we have. We're very lucky to have officers in those positions, but the pool of applicants has decreased dramatically in the last several years. And I think if you don't have to ask just me, you can ask Chief Jenkins, Chief Knowles, they'll tell you the same thing. We're all fighting over the same good candidates, and there's not many of them. And so we have to find ways to attract good candidates, right? Some of that is through pay and benefits. Others is because they get to see our stunning personalities on a regular basis, so maybe that's why they want to come. But that's kind of where it goes. There's pay that's laid out. They know what their contract is over several years, and as a representative of the town, on behalf of the town manager, we sit across the table and negotiate that.
Yes, I have negotiated a lot. I didn't realize your ramp was quite so fast. I'm used to it being more the 20-year horizon. Okay, thank you.
Representative Chase.
You spoke so quietly. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Hi, Chief.
Hi.
Just a question. I'm not a big fan of increasing a budget unless there's a really good idea. I mean, a good reason for it. So what are your thoughts on the extra $21,000? Could you live without it? How would it affect your life, basically?
How would it affect my life? Am I going to sleep at night? Yeah, but I will tell you, and I think that if you pose that question to my boss sitting to my right here, he'll tell you the same thing. When we sit in those meetings, we get requests for this all the time. It's just a fact. You know, last year we bought 6 of them. We put them out there, and within days, people were saying, "I want it." In my neighborhood, when we moved it from one neighborhood to another neighborhood, we had people calling saying, "Why'd you move that sign out of there?" People were slowing down. I felt safer in my neighborhood because that sign was up.
I was just going to add, I could easily use at least 20 more of those.
I know that you put one in my neighborhood and they slow down that way, but going the other way, not so much. They usually cut through from the one, as soon as the 2 high schools let out, they cut through the neighborhood going like the Indianapolis 500.
Yeah, and we are, you know, just on that note, we do, I received a call the other day. I typically will get a phone call, "Hey, we have speeding in this location. Can you do enforcement?" Yep, we'll do enforcement, but I'm going to warn you. One of the first people that we get is either going to be you or a family member or a friend or a neighbor. And without fail, it happens. It's happened to me for the last 30 years. The first person I told that was another cop in a police agency, different police agency, complaining to me personally. "Hey," I said, "I'll go run radar." The very first person I got was that officer's wife. So
That happened in the last week.
yeah. So, but I will say this too. Speed impacts severity, right? You know, a low-speed accident, typically the injury is not as severe. So clearly there is a concern. People do have concerns about it, especially those that have young children. They live in residential neighborhoods. I can tell you I've stopped cars on my way into work from time to time, and you know, I've stopped students and teachers going to the schools up here on the hill. You know, there's a reason why we do that enforcement. The signs help curb that. They're there when an officer may not be. It educates people. It makes them alert to, hey, you know what, I'm going. You've gone by those signs, right?
Yes.
I don't care whether you're a cop or not. You're still going to look this. You know, how fast am I going? And you're going to say, I better slow down, right? Because you want that number to stop flashing.
Yeah.
Not that it's ever flashed for me, but I've heard. So.
All right, thank you.
Chief, for clarification, how many signs does this $21,000 purchase?
What did we say they were? 6 or 7 of them.
Okay, thank you. Representative Cerf. Oh, actually, Representative Cerf has spoken once. Representative Wells.
Hello. Ledyard had a problem a while back at the state stepped in and found that the speed limits were too low on the Colonel Ledyard Highway and a number of roads in Ledyard. And the enforcement and the...
Representative Wells, does this have to do with a specific budget item?
Yes, the speed signs.
Okay. Go ahead.
The speed limits were too low, and they can raise the speed limit, and that solves some of the problems in Ledyard. So maybe we have a case where some of these cases where the speed limit is too low, and we're trying to enforce something that's unreasonable.
I can say in response to that, we've gotten inquiries to the traffic authority, and we've had people come to the traffic authority meetings asking us as the local traffic authority to reduce speed limits in certain areas. Sometimes it's on town roads, more often than not, it's on state roads.
This was the state that got involved, right?
Yeah, we don't have authority over the state roads. We can make recommendations to the state. We can ask for their review. But again, you know, I guess.
I was just going to mention the chief always, when this comes up, the chief always puts an officer at the site to review things, to watch what's happening with the traffic, and that officer will come back and make recommendations. That recommendation could be, if it's a state road, that, you know, I think it should be a higher speed limit or a lower speed limit, and then we would vote on whether to make that request to the state, and then the state would send someone to analyze it.
Representative, okay, thank you. Representative Eben.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just had a question. Sounds like that $20,000 or $21,000 for traffic signs is for actually purchasing the signs. What are the costs associated with actually moving those signs around town? And is there, you know, the kind of labor costs in terms of moving them and in setting them up?
It's done by our traffic unit, which is a sergeant and a couple of officers that are part of the patrol force. They're the ones that actually do that while they're on duty. traffic sergeant is currently assigned to be responsible for that. So he's the person that does move them around and put them in different locations.
So there are no additional labor costs associated with that
No,
purchase?
no.
Thank you.
Representative Casper.
What about me?
You've spoken once. I'm calling on people who have not spoken once yet, and then I will get back with you and back with Representative Scott.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. My question was, Representative Scott put the number up, but he did not speak to it.
He spoke to the number, that was the amount minus the $21,000 for the speed signs.
He made the motion, but he didn't speak to it. He did?
Yeah.
I didn't.
He spoke to it before. He spoke about it and then put up the number.
I didn't get his rationale for cutting it.
It was to cut the added speed signs, correct? Yes. Okay. Okay. Representative Scott, you had your hand up?
Yes, thank you, Madam Moderator. I'll speak to the sign. I mean, our budget is increasing by 4%. The taxpayers in the town of Groton are already dealing with 8.5% inflation. If we can find a little penny to cut here and cut there, I'm a true believer in keeping police officers in our town, but perhaps we can live without $21,000 for the signs this year. I'll move on to the question I have, and I want to revisit the cost center 10244 assembly safety. Chief, you had said that was money you were spending for special events like the Irish Parade and things like that. My question for you, and this, I'm wearing my old Rotary hat when I was president of the Rotary Club in Groton, we had contemplated doing a carnival, and at the time we were told that it would cost us, I don't know, $10,000 or $11,000 to hire police officers to patrol that. So my question for you is, where in the financing plan is the income related to these assembly safety events?
Sure. Initially, when I took over these budget responsibilities, there really wasn't any. We weren't getting any money back. So in the last several years, we've tried billing for some of that. Not all of it. We've kind of struck a deal from time to time with certain entities within town who have reimbursed us. At times, we've been promised reimbursement that didn't come through. The organizations weren't that solvent. So when the money does come back, it goes into the general fund. It goes back to the town. We don't see the revenue from it. But it's something that was in the budget. And I explained this the other night at the Public Safety Committee meeting. I inherited a budget system, a way of doing budgeting. You'll hear different things later on. We have an O&M budget. This was part of it. We do use that money for things. We don't get reimbursed if the president comes to town. We don't get a penny from the Secret Service, the U.S. government. We pay for all of that.
Right.
Most of these events, we don't necessarily get additional monies for. Mystic Irish Parade, we don't get a lot of money. Do we get any money from that this year? We get a little bit of remuneration, some money back. It doesn't nearly cover the costs for all of these things, and there are a lot of events. Road races, parades. Certainly the 4th of July parade, the town doesn't reimburse itself for its own event. So that's where some of this money.
So most of it you would say is the 4th of July, fireworks night, Irish parade.
A good percentage. We do try and get money back on the Irish parade. We've worked with the Chamber of Commerce on a couple of events that they've had. If there's new stuff popping up, we do tell them, hey, for instance, we've had some filming recently, movies, production companies, and we're straight up with them. It's like, hey, you're gonna have to pay for this. We'll assign an officer. They call finance. They get all the paperwork done, and that's not part of the assembly safety. That's something above and beyond.
Okay. So you just maybe that looks like the town manager's about to take over. So there's just no way to account for it in the way the budget's designed right now. If we're spending roughly $40,000, if we're getting even $10,000 back, it doesn't show up in the financing plan anywhere.
Correct. And part of the reason we track it is, it's been a while, but there's been discussions in the past among the council on, when I first got here, what should we be charging people? Should we be even funding these as things got tight? And part of it was, let's track it ongoing just so we know what we spend, even if we're not really charging much, just so we can have discussions in the future on whether this is an amount of money we want to spend. So.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Representative Surf.
Yes, I would like to advocate for those who are a bit cynical about these traffic signs, I think they're the best money that we can spend, especially around Mystic. We have a lot of tourists here from nearby states, I won't name them, who drive like maniacs through Mystic. It's generally not the local people that I find are speeding, but very often the people who are just visiting don't really understand that we actually live here. Maybe they shouldn't try to run us down all the time. And those signs, the few that I've seen up, have made a huge difference. On the Noack Mystic Road, it's made a huge difference. And I really applaud the police commission and department for putting them up, and I'm really looking forward to having 6 more, because it's really dangerous for us right now, what's going on, especially around Mystic. People get frustrated with the bridge, they get frustrated with the traffic on Main Street, and as soon as they have a little room to wiggle, they just absolutely floor the car. So thanks for doing that, and please, everybody, vote for it. It's so important.
Representative Wells, you still have your hand up. Was that from before, or do you have another question? Representative Wells? Representative Surf, are you done with your question?
Yes. Oh, hands down.
Okay. Representative Thomas.
Just a quick comment. I think the traffic signs came up last year in last year's budget. And I think there might have been a cut that we did not do, or we did only like half. There was some adjustment to that number. So I'm in favor of the 21,000 additional for the traffic signs. I've been in certain areas where they are needed. I know, a lot of neighborhoods that are in need, and I've heard the concerns as well. So I'm in favor of the original number. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no other hands, the number on the floor right now is 199,831. That is the number, the original number, or the original motion number minus the $21,000 for the traffic lights. So the number that we're looking at again, 10,199,831.
Okay, Adams?
Yes.
Amboise?
No.
Bailey?
Yes.
Burrell?
No.
I'm sorry. Bright?
No.
Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
No.
Cop?
No.
Eben? Representative?
Yes.
Oh, yes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Gardner?
Yes.
Here. Oh.
Gothier?
No.
Is Frick been here?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, great. You got to announce when you get here. What is your vote?
I thought you saw me in the beginning, I'm sorry. I vote yes.
Okay. That's 5. That's 4. All right. Gothier?
No.
And Gibbs? Oops. Gustafson?
No.
Hainline?
I'm here. Oh,
Gibbs is here.
inline stepped away?
Oh, Gibbs is here? Oh, good, okay.
No for Gibbs.
Okay. And Gustafson stepped away, so he's not.
No, Hainline stepped away.
Oh, sorry. Hainline stepped away, okay. You got it, okay. Hanscom?
No.
Caden?
No.
Massett?
No.
McElry? Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
K. Powers?
No.
S. Powers?
No.
Scott?
Yes.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
No.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
Watson?
No.
Wells?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
And Rusk?
No. So that motion fails 10 to 23 to 0.
11 to 23,
Oh.
22.
I'm sorry. One more time.
11 to 22.
11 to 22
We
to
lost
0.
one.
My
Well, lost
apology.
one and gained 2.
Okay, so the next number on the floor is 10,220,831. Seeing no hands. We will do a roll call vote.
Don't think you need to, but, okay, Adams?
Yes.
Amboise?
Yes.
Burrell?
Yes.
Oops. Bailey?
Yes.
Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Eben? Representative Eben, I see you.
You're muted?
Evan said yes.
Okay,
Can
thank
you
you.
hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we do
thank you.
now. Frickman?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Gibbs?
Yes.
Gustafson?
Yes.
Hainline?
She's gone.
She's gone completely, okay. Hanscom?
Yes.
Caden?
Yes.
Massett?
Yes.
McElry?
Yes.
Merritt?
Yes.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
K. Powers?
Yes.
S. Powers?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
Watson?
Yes.
Wells?
Yes.
Whitney?
Yes.
And Rusk.
Yes.
That's 32 to 1.
That passes 32 to 1 to 0. Next up is CIP 7F, which is on page 238. Give me 1 second to get there.
Something's wrong with this other one. We lost people and gained 32 yes and 1 no.
Mr. Chair, do you have a number to put on them?
Yeah. Yeah. CIP 7F, squad car and body cameras. I'd like to make a motion for $44,000.
That was Powers, S. Powers?
Motion made.
S. Powers.
Yes, seconded by or S. Powers, sorry. So, do you want to give a quick overview on
Sure.
what this is?
Sure. This is, turn back the clock a number of years. 2017, the police department took advantage of a state grant to be the first municipal agency to employ body cameras in their department here in Eastern Connecticut. So we got a grant back in 2017 to go with body-worn cameras. Since that time, and it was not a mandatory thing, we didn't have to do it, but we chose to, I briefed the council on it at the time. Since that time, in 2020, the police accountability mandated every police department in the state of Connecticut has to have body cameras. In addition to that, they also mandated squad car cameras. So every patrol car has to have a camera in it as well. Basically what it does is not only does it capture out the windshield, but it also captures inside the passenger compartment where someone may be in custody. So it's a camera that, 2 different cameras. One goes out onto the road, one videotapes the individual that may be in custody in the back of the cruiser. So this is a mandated thing.
Go ahead, please.
We had a contract in place prior to this time. Our contract ended last year with the company that we have our body cameras with. It's called Axon, so it's a package deal. But we did it through a capital improvement project. It was funded last year, which enabled us to purchase all of the in-car cameras. And it's really a sustainment of that. Again, it is a requirement. This is not an optional thing for us. We are mandated by law to have them.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, oh, Representative Thomas.
Just a quick point of clarification, I guess. This would be a certain area where there could be some support possibly, as it's like related to a mandate that the cameras are there.
Certainly. There was in the past. There isn't, you know,
Right.
there is money still, but it's really for those departments that didn't have them already.
Understood.
So once you took advantage of the grant, there's no other bite of the apple.
A one-time deal.
Yep.
All right.
And right now, the bulk of the cost is storage. This is all part of the package deal. It's, you know, we don't have any servers at the police department. It's all stored on the cloud. It's been very effective. You know, at the time we went with this, I spoke with the IT director, Brian Hancock. He was in agreement, you know, cloud solution and
So it looks like, you know, according to the text here, it looks like we can expect the CIP to be a recurring item for the next number of years? Is that correct?
whether it's incorporated into a budget in the future or if it's, you know, there's not a lot of companies out there that do body worn and well, there's a bunch of them, but there's only a couple that do it successfully and have a lot of. I wish I had invested in Axon about 15 years ago. I'd be a rich man right now. I wouldn't be working.
Right, gotcha. Yeah, so it's going to be an annual cost, one way, whether it
Yes.
appears in the internal department budget or the CIP.
And think of it as your phone. Every
Right.
couple of years, a new one comes out,
Understood.
and the old
Well,
one's no good.
My philosophy on that is like a little different, but yeah, understood. It's 5 or 6 years, but all right, great. I'm in full support of the police accountability bill and things like this as well. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, all those in favor of $44,000 for CIP 7F, please say aye.
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 Okay. Those of you online, if you have your hand up, if you could please put your hand down. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? So that motion passes unanimously. We are now on to CIP 7J, Fire EMS Radio Control Station Installation on page 240.
I'd like to make a motion for $110,000.
Second, Chase.
Chief, if you could speak to this, please.
Sure. I am presenting this, but in all actuality, this is a benefit for the fire service. And at the council, they did come and present as well. The members of the Groton Fire Officers Association spoke. But the long and short of it is the Groton Fire Officers Association has made the decision to upgrade their radios. As the dispatch center, again, Captain B, that's under his purview, but the dispatch center need some upgrades in order to accommodate that. So this funding is in order to allow our dispatch center to get online with their upgrades. I will tell you that this is also the same radio system that we are on, the police department's on, that many other municipal agencies are on in the state of Connecticut now. We went on this system back in 2017. Again, proud to say that we were the first municipal agency that took advantage of the state radio system. So they're looking to get on it. Other municipalities have. We've seen the benefit of it. It has been cost effective. What we're hoping in the future we'll be able to do is the same thing we've done with the police radios, is sunset the legacy system when it's no longer necessary. We're not there now. We'll have to sustain that for a few more years because other agencies outside the town of Groton, mutual aid agencies, still operate on those frequencies. But this is, again, I want to be clear, you know, it will benefit the fire service. They did receive some grant funding for their project, but it was for the mobile radios and for the portable radios. It wasn't for infrastructure. So that wasn't part of this. The grant didn't allow it. But as part of the upgrades that we need to do in the dispatch center itself to accommodate their enhancements, I'm asking on behalf of the fire service for the CIP. And I wish they were here with me, but I know they are in spirit. So hopefully I did them justice.
Any questions? Seeing no hands, all those in favor of $44,000 for CIP 7J, please say aye or raise your hand. Or, I'm sorry. I lied. Let me rephrase that. Let's try that one again. All those in favor of $110,000 for CIP 7J, I should turn around and look at what I wrote before I do that. Please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
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 Okay, if you could lower your hands online, please. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes unanimously, 33 to 0 to 0. Next up is CIP 7K, Police Evidence Processing Command Vehicle on page 241.
I'd like to make a motion for $250,000.
Second.
So now the discussion starts with this. The number that was presented by the town manager was $250,000. The town council cut that number to $125,000. In 2020, Attorney Cody, so the the town's attorney, gave an opinion that the R.T.M. is not allowed to raise CIPs or to restore CIPs back up to a higher number than the town council cut. That opinion was agreed upon by Attorney, not sure why we're making that noise. That opinion was agreed upon by Attorney Kelly this week, yesterday. So, what our rules say is that if we are restoring anything, it is a 2/3 vote. That being said, we are hearing from two of our attorneys to state that we are not allowed to restore CIPs. I'm not telling you how to vote. I'm simply presenting you the information. If we choose to vote this number, 1, we would need a 2/3 vote. 2, it may be struck down by the attorneys and go back to $125,000. So, go ahead. Sorry.
It wouldn't be the attorneys that would strike it down.
Well, the attorneys wouldn't, but
Yeah,
we
yeah,
may not
yeah.
have the right to
And they
do that,
gave,
I'm
and
sorry.
they said they have seen this happen in another community where a citizen sued and it was successful. Sorry.
It was, okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Sorry,
Really close,
sorry about
yeah.
that. The attorneys gave me an example of where they've actually seen this community sued successfully. Basically, then it negated that piece of the budget. So, but it would take somebody suing to do that, and so they're giving their best advice to keep us out of trouble. And
Repeat that. It would take somebody suing to
Somebody would have
remove
to
the
actually.
number?
Somebody would have to, in terms of overturning. Let's say you
Okay.
go against the opinion. It's going to stand until somebody would sue or try to
Okay.
turn it over, like anything else. But I was going to say something. Nobody wants to, I think it's a great project. Nobody wants it more than me, but I prefer to listen to attorneys' opinions. And I have talked to the chief about other options. I'm potentially funding the rest of it in the near term.
So there is a way to fund, just for point of clarification on that, there is a way to fund this in its full without us passing the whole
Well, that's the
250.
hope. Well, in the worst case scenario would be next budget season. But our hope is, one, you can look at asset forfeiture. You can look at left any ARPA money that comes back this year, which we do expect some back. So there are a couple options.
22 is 2/3.
In the worst case scenario, we come back for the next budget.
Representative Sean Powers.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'd like Mayor Melendez to come up and explain the cut for the body, please, if that's appropriate.
That's fine. He is an ex officio member.
Thank you. I'm not sure I'm the best person to explain this because I voted for the full 250,000, and then when it failed, I moved the 125,000. But I don't want to speak for other counselors, but basically, from what I heard, the counselors arguing, they were just looking for cuts to lower the mill rate, and they thought that this was one thing that could wait another year. So I don't want to speak for other counselors. I supported the 250,000. I supported the 125,000. Other counselors supported 0 because essentially they were just looking for ways to lower the increase, and CIPs is always the way to do that. Usually the way to do that. So, thank you.
Representative Mathis had her hand up next. Oh, you're good? Okay. Representative Scott had his hand up next.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So this is a $250,000 vehicle, and if we only put $125,000 on the table, are we even able to buy the vehicle?
We would, yeah, well, we're going to use it for it, yes. As the town manager said, are we going to try and collect cans on the side of the road and figure out ways to fund it? Yes. Will we have to maybe downgrade some of the things that we would look for in a potential vehicle? Yes. I don't want to say we're not, I hope the RTM gives us the $125,000. And we are, Captain B has already been, and I keep turning to him, he's the guy we turn to on these projects, but he's already been in conversations since last week to find out what we could get for that amount of money. It isn't exactly what we want, but we would try and leverage other funds if the town manager were able to identify them. So I don't want to say it's an all or nothing thing. I'm hoping the RTM will give us this money, and it will at least get us, it'll get the project started for us, and maybe some things we'd have to do further down the road. You know, get the vehicle itself, have the upgrades, you know, generators, that sort of stuff done later on, or not have them installed, have them be external parts of the vehicle.
So is this $250,000 vehicle, you're buying it from some manufacturer? Are you spending $250,000 just on an engine and 4 tires, and then you guys are doing more to it later? I mean, tell me what the difference is between $125,000 and $250,000.
Well, the intent was to get the vehicle as a turnkey operation, and this is something that, quite frankly, I've asked for several years in a row. I've had conversations at length with the town manager. He understands the need. There is a need for it here in this community. So that was to get what we were hoping to be able to buy. We're going to have to manage expectations, or like I said, pick up cans on the side of the road, do a bake sale, something. But we'll have to figure out a different way to get monies to support above that $125,000. The bare bones is $125,000. That's the bare bones of getting us a vehicle, a platform. It may not have some of the things that we would prefer to have in it.
I know enough about commercial vehicles and fire trucks and other life safety vehicles from my day job to know that I feel like putting $125,000 out there is a waste of money if we don't have the ability to complete the construction and the outfitting of the vehicle. I think I'd rather zero this out and have you reapply for the whole thing next year and see if there's a stomach for it than do it piecemeal. So I'm going to put a motion of 0 on the floor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Representative Scott, seconded by Representative Gardner. Next on my list was Representative Moi. I'm going around.
Madam Moderator, I'd like to put a second amended figure on the floor of $125,000.
Second.
I'd like to speak to your motion.
Yes, again, I was a part of the second on the 250. I was under the understanding initially that it was going to be in order, but now that we've gotten dual opinions from the powers that be in the legal field, I feel comfortable voting on this at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Gauthier was next. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Information, can you repeat the number?
The number is $125,000. Next on my list, I'm sorry, was Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So yeah, I was in the Public Safety Committee meeting. I was the one that made the motion to restore the cut. I can understand and respect the attorney's opinions, but opinions are opinions. And to be honest, like, that was a 2020 opinion, and if my memory serves correctly, that the RTM has restored CIPs in the past, and there's been no great disaster. So my experience in the maritime field, working as a professional mariner for over 15 years, sometimes you need the thing to be the thing. And if you're going to upgrade a component on a vessel, you need to get the thing that's going to fit and fulfill all the duties. And I think, you know, I've heard talk of this vehicle before, and I know it's been on the back burner for quite some time. You know, also I think that vote at the town council occurred before the bridge incident. And I think we all can agree that the bridge incident revealed some of the you know, the best of people's natures, but also some of the limitations of our infrastructure. So in that public safety committee meeting, that's why I made the motion for the full restoration. And you know, I think, you know, if it's going to take someone from the community suing the town in order to knock it down, I think we're on pretty safe ground there. You know, I doubt anyone's going to do that. But yeah, so, you know, just, you know, I'm in full support of the chief's explanation of it. And in the committee, he talked at length about, you know, the experiences from, what was it, April 21st? And the limitations and frustrations of that incident. And, you know, to be honest, I was working my way home that day. I saw the traffic, I saw the madness. You know, it's no joke, you know, to be able to have a mobile command center and reading the description of it. You know, there's a lot of correlation to the professional maritime field when, you know, you have a self-contained thing, you know, with all these things, you know, and to retrofit after the fact is just a horror show, in my opinion. It's a whole lot of, like, you know, bending metal and cutting things out to fit other things in. You know, it's not an effective use of funding. So I'm in full support of this CIP, the full funding of it, the original number of $250,000.
Thank you. Representative Gauthier, do you have a microphone? You're gonna have to dance around a little bit. Thank you.
So I'm trying to integrate some comments that we've heard tonight and just recently. So one of my questions is, you said that there's been a community need over a few years now. Bear with me. I don't watch a lot of cop shows, and I'm sure it's not reality, but when I think command center, you know, I'm thinking very dramatic scenes, something like what we had to experience a couple weeks ago with the Gold Star Bridge. How often would you need a command center like that, or is it not as, you know, dramatic as maybe I'm picturing in my mind?
I would characterize it as a multi-use vehicle. Yes, a command center, which means it would have the ability to have a mobile data terminal inserted in it, where the example I gave last week is one of the fire chiefs, the incident commander for the incident a couple weeks ago, had said it would have been nice to have a dispatcher at the scene. And he's right, it would have been. He would have been standing on the pavement like I was, underneath the bridge, inhaling the smoke that was coming along with the fire coming from the bridge, and along with Chief Jenkins and everybody else that was down there, and Mayor Hedrick. And there wouldn't have been a place for him. It wouldn't been able to serve much of a purpose other than listening to a portable radio. But I will tell you that it would be used for multiple things. You know, everything from a fire scene. We have, you know, fatal fires in town. Crime scenes utilized for evidence processing. You know, as I said a couple minutes ago, 2 fatal accidents, 2 consecutive Fridays within Groton itself. Our officers are out there in cold weather, in rain. You know, they're shuttling things back and forth. Sometimes at the scene of a crime, you are doing arrest warrant and search warrant affidavits are right there, right at the scene. Rather than sending somebody back to the PD back and forth, you could put the stuff together there, have all of your equipment on site, have your evidence processing equipment, have your mapping equipment for crime scenes and accidents, have a generator to sustain it, have lights. You know, we many times operate through the good graces of the fire service when they keep fire apparatus out there, and sometimes they're volunteers that are there on their own time, or they're, you know, maybe they're holding over a truck for a paid department where they're illuminating the scene. If we had portable lights attached to this thing, then that we would be self-sufficient. In addition to that, and we do a lot of community events in this town, and that's great. And you know, to have a focal point for the police there, where you can come to this vehicle, has an awning, we may be able to put displays up, or for our officers that are out there during the, you know, events during the cold weather or the hot weather, they'll have an area of refuge. Or if there's somebody that needs help during the, I think most of the people have either been to it or certainly familiar with the Mystic Irish Parade. There's usually 1 or 2 things that happens during that event where somebody, last year, a lady fell, you know, cracked her head open, was looking for assistance. You know where to go. You look at that big thing that says, okay, that's where I'm gonna go, and I know there's gonna be help there. Transporting things, you know, we could have used it last year in the cold weather when we were handing out masks and test kits at Fitch High School. So there's a lot of things that.
All right, you sold me.
Okay.
So my next question is.
You saying my next job is in the car business, or?
So then the next question goes back to that comment you had made about constantly needing to update our body cameras like iPhones, right? Mm-hmm. What's going to be the cost to maintain this vehicle and all of the equipment inside, and how often are we going to be seeing CIPs to replace all of the technology therein?
Yeah, I don't see that a lot, and I gave an example at the Public Safety Committee. In my prior employment, I was with the state police. We had several vehicles like this throughout the state, and I was privileged to have several of them in my command assignments. One of them, when I was a major crime commander, was a 1997 vehicle. It was decommissioned a year or two ago. That thing, they used that forever. It was a great vehicle. I will tell you that we will maintain it well. We're lucky because our Public Works Department does an outstanding job with our vehicles as a whole. It will require routine maintenance, upfitting of many things. I don't see a lot of that. I was asked at the council meeting about, well, what about leases or service agreements for computers and that sort of stuff. It would be a mobile data terminal, no different than what we've got in any other patrol vehicle, where it's got a docking station. You pull it out of a cruiser, you plug it into there. There's a monitor in front of you. It's Wi-Fi. We use that now, or IT helps us out with whatever our digital needs are in that respect. I don't see it being expensive, other than the maintenance that is required of it. And I would suspect that if this vehicle does come to fruition, it will certainly well outlast my career, and probably a couple other chiefs.
Sure. So just to be clear, you're saying that in the evidence processing equipment, the monitors, the terminals, all of that's not going to be needed to be replaced within 5 years? Evidence
of processing equipment is expendable. Those are items, once you use them, it doesn't matter whether it's on the vehicle or in the police station. We buy that stuff every year. It's expendable. It's going to be used.
Okay.
Yeah, that will have to be replaced whether we have a vehicle or not.
So the cost for this would then be rolled into your regular operating budget?
Correct. Yeah, well, the fleet maintains the vehicles. As was pointed, I pay people salaries, I pay for equipment, maintenance costs of vehicles. I don't own any vehicles. I don't own the police station. Those are all in Public Works' budget. I pay people's salaries and I buy equipment. So essentially, while this will say, just like the cruisers say police on it, they're really owned by Public Works. They're the ones who buy it. They're the ones who are going to come to you for our vehicles. That's the way our budgeting works.
Yeah, I think I'm less concerned about like the actual steel and four wheels and more like everything inside of it, the radios and everything.
Yeah, those are things that we have now.
Yeah. So then the last comment, you're saying you're going to find the money somewhere else if we move this 125 number. Why is that money that we can't utilize now anyways for the full 250?
Worst case scenario, I'll be back here a year from now and asking for the rest of it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, I've got 4 more people on my list. Representative Chase. You'd like to hear the manager's
I was just going to add that there's a couple items for ARPA out there that I think we're going to get some pretty significant funds likely back later this, probably maybe by fall, maybe even earlier for one of them. So I'm hoping that that's a worst case scenario if the council at that time is supportive of it. So I'm pretty hopeful on that. And again, the worst case scenario is a year from now.
Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So I'm all for the 250, but I'm so torn because I hate to set a precedence on going against the attorney's opinion. And if you know that you're going to get funds, Mr. Burke, to pay for the rest of this vehicle, I'll vote for the 125 just so we don't go against our rules.
I can't guarantee it, but I can guarantee we'll at least be back next year, hopefully.
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance of being back before then.
Yeah, I'm so torn because I want
yeah.
the vehicle.
And I will say, I'm not a big fan of just getting the shell either. I do think that'd be more expensive. So
Exactly.
to me, it'd be better to wait until we have the full funds
So
to do it all at once.
Worst comes to worst, we vote for the 125 this year, they put it in the piggy bank, and next year they can get the other 125.
Right, that'd be the plan. They have 5, those funds last 5 years in a CIP.
Yeah, right. Okay. Okay, thank you.
And I just want to add, going back to the attorney's opinion, if there was time allowed, the council could potentially send the budget back, but there's not time. This is too tight a timeline. If there was something that came through and you had months, they could say, this doesn't appear appropriate, send it back, but there's just not that time at this point.
Representative Gardner.
So Chief, I just want to be clear on this. The $250,000 would be the vehicle fully outfitted with all the equipment you need on it? Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't have a proposal in front of me, but that's our best guess, yes. That's, after
Okay.
discussing it with some entities.
So in other words, you could bank $125,000 this year, and
Correct.
well, by next year you might need $140,000 or something. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Representative Whitney was next.
Thank you. So I think the need for a vehicle like this is clear. It says in the CIP description that the last van was decommissioned, I guess, in 2016. And it sounds like since it was from a SWAT vehicle.
I brought
from
pictures this time. I brought the show and tell.
That is sort of nostalgic, but it's from the 70s, so this was probably not that useful in 2016 or several years before. So if we put this off another year, then we've waited obviously even longer when we've already waited quite a while. And then my question is, I guess I'm assuming that the operators of this vehicle will be in the police department, right? And so for me, I know the town charter says that we have the right to restore funding with a 2/3 vote for department appropriations. And I understand how some CIPs aren't isolatable to one department or another, but this seems to be one that is. And so I just point that out because I see this as a department appropriation. It's just in the CIPs, and the reason for that it's only it's going to be used by the police department. So that's just my point to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Whitney. Representative Surf.
Yes, I think I'm completely in favor of this vehicle, but in light of the fact that we have a very high budget this year, I think we would be, and mainly that the town attorney has ruled against our putting the amount back. I think we can't risk that we would be doing something illegal and put the kibosh on the whole amount of money. I really do think we have to be strategic and vote for what the council appropriated, half of it, and hope that the town manager can find the rest of the money, or next year will come fast enough. And I know, for sure, since we have budgeted half of it this year, they'll budget the other half next year for sure.
Representative Powers. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Gauthier had her hand up first. You were both second speaking. No.
Sean, it's not working
There you go.
anymore.
Now you got it. Now you got it.
There we go. Question was more kind of like a point of information clarification from the manager. I think he might have addressed it already with the R.T.M. adopts and then sends it back to the council. You're saying we just don't have time?
I'm saying, no, what I'm saying is, let's say typically if you sent a power of initiative that was out of order, the council can ignore it or send it back. This, you can't do that with the budget timelines. So that's why I said the only way this would be overturned is if somebody sued, because the council just couldn't send it back. They wouldn't have the time.
Well, so pulled up the charter, R.T.M. adopts, sends back to the council to approve. But what kind of struck me real quick was, can you explain why the dates are off between what we're doing now and what's provided in the charter? Because the charter says by April 28th. Did I miss something there?
Yeah, you missed something. You missed something.
No, like I'm literally reading it off of the town website right now.
So if you look at the town charter, it states that the council must, on or before April 28th, hold a public hearing.
Right.
Yep. And then they have to approve the budget, give it to the R.T.M.
Okay. Now I'm seeing it. Yep.
Yep.
So
And
again.
so then the R.T.M. has until the 25th.
Gotcha. I messed up. Happy to admit that. So I guess I'm really just not understanding, why can't we, by 2/3 vote, increase this to 250, and then when we send our entire budget back to the town council, wouldn't they have the ability then to either decrease it if they want or take our increase?
No, you would have to be sent back, and there's really no time, no provision to do that.
We have to
So-
send it back by account, not as just a number in the budget?
I'm saying it would be the whole thing. There just would, with that type, there just wouldn't be time. It would just have to stand.
So just for future information, this could be a way to get around their decrease of a CIP just in this particular timeline. This year, we can't? Is that what I'm
By the time you
hearing?
get to this stage of the process, it's pretty much whatever you do is going to have to stand.
So if we move a little bit faster, folks. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Madam Moderator, I really have to just, when you look at the town charter on page 17, item 9.6, it's the financial powers of the RTM, which also include the budgeting power. And so, it's whatever this body does, that's what the council has to approve. The town attorneys from 2020, and they still stand by the opinion that the RTM cannot restore a CIP because it's not a department budget. And to what Representative Whitney said, it certainly, you can see that it clearly is a departmental budget, as all of the CIPs are, so.
Representative Sean Powers.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. 2 questions, and I'll be done with you. First one is, this vehicle, once we put in for a contract for it, what's the percentage that you got, like 10% down, 20% down, 50% down, and how long does it complete to outfit the whole vehicle and deliver the product to the town? General idea.
We haven't put the cart before the horse, so we don't have a contract with anybody. We don't, we've had very modest discussions about generalized, what would it cost to get a vehicle like this? And what did you charge this police department? That sort of stuff.
Right. I think the thing that I'm really looking at is the contract costs. Because everybody here in this room knows that things are not going to go down in price, they're only going to go up. Okay, and I think that's what we're all debating here is, we see a need for the vehicle. The second question I have is the vehicle going to be used also for the city and the adjacent communities, or is it just your vehicle for the town of Groton? And, we reciprocate doing things, just like we did with the bridge accident. And that's a question that I think all of us would like to hear.
It's
Thank you.
Groton, as I see it, it's Groton taxpayer money. It'd be available to any Groton agency that would need it. And furthermore, we partner with our surrounding communities for the fatal accident we had on Route 184 the other night. There were officers from Stonington and Ledger that came out to assist if there was a need for this. And those, we're not going to send it to Massachusetts or Rhode Island, but we're going to send it, if there's a need for it, right over the line, because we're collaborative and we all, I think we're all kindred spirits, whether we live in Groton, Stonington, Waterford, but it may be some.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you.
One reason I like breaking it up is we don't have a firm number yet. We think it'll cost around $250. We know it's going to be more than $125. So that's also why I prefer breaking it up so we have a firm and spend exactly what we need.
Representative Cerf, did you still have your hand up from last time, or do you have another question?
No, I'm sorry, I should have put my hand down, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Just to follow up on Representative Whitney's point, rereading the attorney's opinion is completely focused on the term department appropriation. So while I think that the attorney's opinion would be valid in the case where the CIP has nothing to do with a particular department, I think in this case, this is exclusively to a particular department. So in this case, it does, I would think, fall under a department appropriation. And we're just looking at what the words mean.
They spent extensive time on that very thing, and the way it's budgeted in a separate fund, the way it's done, they said it's not counted as a department. I've spoken quite a bit with them. They said it's absolutely not a department item.
All right. So just a little bit of history to follow up that question. So do you recall what the incident was that caused this opinion to be written in 2020?
I was asked for it, but I don't remember who asked for it at the time. And it was distributed in 20, and I don't recall anymore.
Right, because, prior to 2020, that was a thing that this body did periodically. I don't remember the particular cases, but I know the CIPs have been restored.
Somebody brought it up here and asked for an opinion. I can't recall now what it was.
Right.
I'll try to look, see if I find anything.
I don't know. just looking at the words and what the words mean, I think this counts as a department appropriation. Thank you.
All right. Seeing no other hands.
Point of
Oh,
information? What would be the parliamentary procedure to motion to reconsider the public safety budget to increase it by 250,000, and then I believe we still can lower the CIP budget to 0. We can go down, not up.
We cannot raise it that high because that would bring it higher than the town manager's budget. So we do not have the authority to raise the.
By department or by the total budget, because there are decreases throughout. It's the total budget we can't decrease.
You can't,
But we-
also per department, you can't put it beyond the hire of me or the town council.
Whatever's
Yeah.
highest.
Yeah, whatever's the highest.
I'm trying here.
Yeah, I know, and I want it, believe me, I really want it. And
Okay,
I've been
thank you.
brainstorming for 2 weeks.
Okay, so the number on the floor right now is $125,000. We're going to do a roll call vote.
Okay. Adams? Yes. Amboise?
Yes.
Bailey?
No.
Burrell?
No.
Bright?
No.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Eben?
No.
Frickman?
Yes.
Gardner?
Yes.
Gothier?
Yes.
Gibbs?
You're muted?
Representative Gibbs, you're muted if you just want to open your
Yes.
Oh, there you go, okay. Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
Yes.
Caden? Okay, oops, put you in the wrong place. Bassett?
No. No.
Okay. McElroy?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
K. Powers?
Yes.
S. Powers?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Cimarero?
Yes.
Thomas?
No.
V.C. Williams?
No.
Watson?
You say Watson? No, I'm a yes.
Okay. Wells?
No.
Whitney?
Yes.
And Rusk?
Yes. So that passes
20.
20 to 12 to 1. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess. We will come back at 8:50.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Yes.
Recording in progress.
Oh, hold on, I haven't started yet.
Recording stopped.
Return from a recess. Let's make sure everybody's here. I'm going to do a quick roll call. No, you're good? Okay.
Just looking to see if.
So we are moving on to account 100900, which is City of Groton Police on page 177. It also is, I'm sorry, I can't speak now. It is also in Appendix A1 for more information. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to City of Groton Police, I'd like to move the motion, $2,935,880.
Second.
2,935,880.
Okay, the motion was made by Chair Burrow, seconded by Representative Sean Powers, I believe. Okay. With us tonight are Mayor Keith Hedrick and Chief Eric Jenkins. Chief, do you want to, or Mayor, do you want to give an overview of your budget, please?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Thank you, Madam Moderator and R.T.M. for the opportunity to present our budget tonight. I will read the letter that I sent to Town Manager John Burt on the budget and then turn it over to the Chief for specifics. It said, Dear Mr. Burt, attached, please find a copy of the city's police budget for FY 2024. The overall police budget for FY 2024 is increased by 3.3% over last year's budget. This increase is driven by personnel costs and benefits. The city is once again requesting from the town the customary and traditional payment of 50% of the costs associated with providing public safety to our residents. The request of the town is calculated after the costs associated with the police chief have been subtracted. The FY 2024 funding request is $2,935,880. We're also attaching for informational purposes a copy of the city's capital improvement plan for FYE 2024 through FYE 2029 as it relates to the police department. We look forward to meeting with you to discuss the budget. Sincerely, Keith Hedrick.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good evening, representatives. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my budget to you. Let me give you a quick background of our police department. We have been accredited since 2015. That's before it was mandated, so we've been accredited for several years. We have gone through 2 reaccreditations at this point. We are at, just reaccredited last year, so we're at level 1. We are working on level 2, state accreditation. We have a very diverse police department of 29 full-time officers. One that I feel that adequately represents the individuals that we represent. We have 4 certified dispatchers, 3.5 non-sworn support staff, 1 traffic officer, and 1 crossing guard. I have our Captain Lito in the back over here as my other administrative. Our budget is unique in the city of Groton. We have a fully loaded budget, so everything that it takes for me to run my department, to include salaries, dispatch center, vehicle costs, purchases, training, benefits, retirement, workman's comp, OPEB, to name a few. Everything is in that budget. There's nothing anywhere else. So my budget does have an increase this year of 3.3%. With the national average hovering around 6 to 7, I believe we've created a very fiscally responsible budget. Like the mayor says, our budget increases are mainly contractual obligations such as pensions and benefits. To be specific, you'll see that our biggest increase was under the benefits section, which was up 5% across the board. Salaries went up 2.25% by contractual obligations. Our fuel costs and fuel maintenance went up $6,000 each, so a total of $12,000. Those are things that we cannot control. Other sources are the police accountability bill and accreditation requirements, so extra training that we have to do, the psychological testing and the steroids testing that our officers have to go through. In an attempt to mitigate our cost of the unfunded mandates and training, and we utilize our own post-certified instructors, very similar to the Groton town. We have instructors that are certified in several areas that we are required to do yearly. We also have the use of the Law Enforcement Council, which has trainers as well, and they do all our, every 3 years we have to have recertification. They conduct all that training for us at a very low cost. We also have contractual agreements with substance testing and behavioral health testing. So that's, right now it's been steady for the last couple of years. I'm not sure if it'll increase later as the demand and the requirements change. Prior to me arriving here, we've gone through 3 steps. I have brought my budget to Mayor Hedrick for review. He reviews it, he looks at it, he decides if it needs to be trimmed or where it could be cut. So I make changes as needed. After he approves it, then I bring it to the City of Groton Council, at which point they will cut it, make changes that they wish. They have approved it, and then I go to the Town Council. So actually four steps. Town Council, they make their suggestions, if any. We've made it through the Town Council. I have then gone to the Public Safety Committee, and now in front of everyone here. So that's a brief overview of what we have in our budget, and if there's any questions that you may have, I will answer them to the best of my ability.
Representative Gauthier.
Thank you. Thank you for that information, for the service you provide your community. I'd like to make a motion of $2,478,663.
Second.
2478663. I'd like to speak to my.
Made by Representative Gauthier, seconded by Representative Thomas.
Could I speak to my motion?
Absolutely.
So again, thank you so much for your support of the community, for coming out to that Public Safety Committee at the R.T.M. where we spoke, and to Mayor Hedrick as well for having that dialogue. Really also just appreciate the ability to ask these questions in depth at committees, have more informal dialogue, and learn a lot. I'm happy to admit that my initial understanding of the situation was completely reversed, completely wrong. And so one of the questions that I had asked there was essentially, so the city residents are paying for a service to the town police that they don't have first right to, the same way that I had understood town residents don't have first right to the city police. And I was told that it's essentially like a pilot, right? Like a reimbursement to the city because of the fact that city residents are paying this tax to both police departments, but really only getting first privilege of right from the city department. So understanding that it was more of a pilot situation, what I asked was if there was a way we could prorate this. And I did that math drill on my own, so I want to walk you through the formula and how I came to my number. And again, I just want to emphasize that this has nothing to do specifically with police departments, the police, or the city of Groton in particular. It's mostly just about having a principled, right-sized budget and making sure that we're delivering the best deal we can for residents, especially as costs, as we all know, are ballooning. So let me walk you through the math here. Started with the Town of Groton police budget. Town Council adopted $10,220,831. We also just approved that number. From there, you have to find the per resident amount. So I used the annual comprehensive financial report that came from Town Manager Burt and the U.S. Census Bureau, and that was 38,456, 2022 numbers. That amount per resident for the Town of Groton police budget was $265.78. Take that amount and then apply it to the population of the city. So The most recent population number, again, came from the US Census Bureau. That was 9,326 residents. You multiply that out, you get $2,478,663. That is the amount that city residents contribute to the Town of Groton Police budget and should be reimbursed essentially back. Now, when I had asked how the City of Groton came at this safety committee meeting, how they came to the number that we see before us, which isn't too far off, the 2.9 million, I was told it was just kind of a straight 50% that they were asking for. So this is a bit of a decrement. However, I think it's a much more logical way to approach what we provide to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just ask you a point of clarification, Representative Gauthier? So the city budget includes things like, it's fully loaded. Did you include things like retirement, pension, or retirement, health care, all of the other things that are found other places in this budget, in the town council budget for the town police? Or did you just include the town police budget?
Just the town police budget.
Okay.
Meaning, so
go ahead.
when you look at that's the town police budget, I could go back and add all of those other items in. What that would do would drive the cost per resident up, and I would agree that that would be something to consider. So I'm happy to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'll take me a few minutes.
Point of clarification on your math, just because I'm checking it. Your Town of Groton population, did you subtract out the populations of Groton City and Groton Long Point? Because if we're looking at the cost for what you're saying is the first priority police department, you're going to want to subtract out the people who have other police departments to actually get that cost. So I think you're actually going to get a higher cost, and you'll be closer to the number overall.
Oh, sure, yeah. Yeah, let me think about that for a minute. Let me think about Moderator Rusk's considerations. But yes, thank you. Again, mostly just happy to be having this dialogue. That's really my point.
Okay, go ahead.
It's paused, I hit record, but it
Oh.
doesn't affect anything, they're taking it over there.
Okay.
So don't panic.
Okay.
Recording in progress.
Representative Casper.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. That's an interesting application of math. However, it overlooks some other aspects that the City of Groton has to handle the traffic from two major businesses in Pfizer and especially Electric Boat. And I think that adds an extra burden to that department. And just the amount of people that just come in and out from those two businesses every day, all day, 3 shifts. And I think that has to be part of your consideration. It's not just taxpayers to taxpayers.
Any other hands? Representative Block.
Madam Moderator, I am vehemently opposed to the amended figure on this budget item. Coincidentally, for those who don't remember, 1 year to this day, and for you aficionados of Star Wars, may the 4th be with you, when this political stunt was attempted and failed by a vote of 1 in favor, 30 opposed, and 2 abstentions. Can anyone fill up a pool and fill it up halfway and claim that the pool's ready to swim in? Can I go and buy a car and say, just give me the driver's side portion of the vehicle? One cannot say that they support our fine public safety officers in the city of Groton in one breath and undercut their funding by 16% in another. Using the words that have been stated by several in this body, this is not fiscally responsible, it's not democratic, and goes against the premise of what we have all been elected to do and represent our constituents. This brings me to a key point of inquiry. It was said by a member of the town council during the deliberations on this budget that some people were asking about City of Groton police funding. The only documented report on record was the testimony submitted by our colleague, the R.T.M member who made this motion. Yeah, you are. That's what I just said. I reached out to the town council asking for a specific number of people, and this was the only documented evidence, and then refused to answer any other further questions. I can only conclude that some people are the same that are giving this amendment oxygen by the power of their elected position. I have a rhetorical question to consider. During the last year, have there been any communications sent to the council or R.T.M regarding this extreme change to funding city police by the public at large? Has the town council, town manager, moderator, or chairs of either public safety committee received any request or referral regarding the funding of this line item. During the agenda item budget discussion at the R.T.M. regular meetings over the last year, was there any attempt to bring this subject up? Remember, the city and town have a special relationship that is quite unique and complicated.
Point of order.
District
What's
2.
your point? What's your point? What's your point?
Point of order.
What's your point?
I don't understand how this is speaking to the I don't understand how this is speaking to the motion on the floor.
So
It was discussed by my colleague behind me, saying that we're glad to have this discussion. The discussion needed to happen within the last year.
okay, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up.
Okay. Again, this is all related to this budget. City and town has a special relationship. We have District 3 and District 2 generate roughly 30% of the tax revenues of the town that request a mere 6% of this $172 million town budget. And to the residents of District 2 and 3 who may be watching these proceedings, please pay close attention. It's my hope that the entire RTM delegation from 2 and 3 will show their full support for the city they reside in by voting no on this amendment on the floor. When I went out and asked my constituents about this item, that I knew that this was going to happen since last year, I asked them, and the constituents were satisfied with the city police. They did not want the town to stop funding the police department in the city, and they did not want their city taxes to go up because the town defunds the city of Groton Police. Furthermore, when we do get to the eventual motion on the floor, it is my belief anything but a full-throated yes vote of the City of Groton Police budget is a vote against city services that are essential for our community. Ignore the rambles of justification for anything but a yes. The vote of abstention does not support the city or the diverse community that we represent. It is obvious a failure to act and take responsibility on behalf of the people that we all took an oath to represent. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just want to say that I appreciate Representative Gauthier's motion, and that's why I seconded it. I think it's worthy of conversation that has to happen during the budget cycle, which is what we're doing. So the relationship between the city and the town is a complicated one and a unique one, and I think it's always important for us to take a look at that and understand how it works. Especially now since the elections will be happening in November, city and town commensurate. So there will be a lot of questions asked about how we all relate and how things interconnect. So, you know, it's important to be able to speak about these things in a way that's not, you know, charged with charged language, and I know it's a struggle sometimes to not get personally involved.
I'm going to ask you to stick to the budget.
So, you know, I would just ask my colleagues to try to refrain from, you know, casting aspersions or assigning intent or characterizing someone's
Representative
motions.
Thomas, if you could please speak to the budget.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, I think it's worthwhile to consider these things. And all in all, there is no massive change here. And as we discovered in the conversation, that there was, you know, other calculations to take into effect or take into account. So, you know, in calculation of those, we're probably going to end up right about the same number. So it seems like, you know, all this conversation has done is validate the number that was put forth by the city. You know, because if we do a rough estimate of what the other costs that the moderator identified and that Representative Norman identified, it's going to increase the cost per person and probably raise that, you know, 2,400,000 number up to something more commensurate with a 2.9. So that being the case, you know, I feel like this has been a worthwhile exercise to understand how the numbers relate. And, you know, seems like the 50% figure is probably, you know, pretty close to what's needed. So thank you all for the education on that.
Representative Norman.
Y'all know me. I love a good math problem. So I did take your piece, I subtracted out GLP, I subtracted out Groton City to say point of, right? So that gets up the cost to about $361, which means if we wanted it to have an even budget, Groton City would be asking us for $3,821,638. Therefore, I feel like we have a really good deal, and I support the full amount. That is all.
Thank you. Representative Gauthier.
Yes, I appreciate that math drill. And did that include the other costs that Moderator Rusk included?
No, I just straight direct. I didn't even give my bonus.
So that being said, I know we can't increase this budget above the town managers, correct?
Correct.
But maybe come next year when we see this again, we could take more time to do those considerations and right-size that budget if it does need to go up to the 3.1. It sounds like, just kind of in terms of the way budgets go, it might go that direction anyways. That being said, again, appreciate the dialogue because that's what democracy is about instead of just getting angry when someone questions you. So I appreciate that and I rescind my motion. Thank you. I'm sorry, does Ian need to?
He's withdrawn.
All right, the number on the floor is $2,935,880. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Waiting for online.
It's delayed, so.
Yeah. Representative Bailey and Cimarero. Okay, and Representative Wells. I'm sorry, I don't have a.
I didn't ask to speak.
No. We're voting on the full budget number. Do you approve $2,935,880?
Yes.
Okay, and if everybody can put their hand down, please.
Bailey is the only one we need. Representative Bailey.
Does anyone?
Was this the?
Representative Bailey, do you approve the City of Groton budget number of $2,935,880? Representative Bailey? Representatives?
I thought it was
I'm sorry, you're breaking up.
like 5 million for the.
The lower one was withdrawn.
The lower one was, no, the lower number was withdrawn, so we're at the
5
full
million
budget number.
something For the total, like,
We're at the full budget number.
oh, okay, thank you.
Yep, what is your vote?
Yes,
Okay. If everybody could
Thank you.
lower their
Thank
hand, please. Representative Cerf, if you could lower your hand.
Okay.
Thank you. Is anyone opposed to this number? Representative Wells, you had your hand up before. Are you opposed or are you in favor?
Number we're voting, this is the 5 million.
This is the full number for the City of Groton budget, $2,935,880 for the police. City of Groton police number. Is that a yes? Or a no?
Point of information, no one online can barely hear you. You keep breaking up. That's why it's hard to vote.
I'm sorry.
We didn't use a number.
The number that we're voting for, that I believe everyone online said yes for, but I'm going to ask if anyone opposes it, is the City of Groton police budget for the amount of $2,935,880. Is there anyone who opposes that number? Any abstentions? Then that number passes unanimously.
Point of order, Madam Moderator.
Yes, Representative Cerf.
We only have the council number for the entire City of Groton budget. So it's not broken up by police and the rest of it. I think we should vote for the whole number. The 5 million. That's what's confusing people.
That is not how it was done in the budget, in the town budget. For the town council, it was also not done that way in committees. So we were just speaking about the police budget.
Yeah, but we don't see the council number for the police budget.
The council number was passed, they passed the full amount.
Okay.
Okay. So we are moving on. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, thank you.
We are moving on to City of Groton, road, highway maintenance.
I'll just parliamentary interjection here. The Excel file that I sent to all committee members has two files in it. There was the full budget, and then the breakdown. And then there was another file, a separate file, which is the CIPs. So you have the regular budget, the full budget with all the numbers, then a breakdown of individual accounts, which is what the committee voted on. So go back to your email and look at the bottom of the screen, you'll see two files. One says 2024 and one says breakout.
So we are moving on to account 10901, City of Groton Highway. Yes.
You said unanimous on the police. What is the number, please?
33.
33 to 0 to 0.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We are moving on to City of Groton Highway budget, highway maintenance, which is account 10901. Here with us tonight is again Mayor Hedrick, Director Bill Robarge, Finance Director Ron Newhouse is also here if anybody has questions for him. Go ahead.
In committee meeting, we had three
Sorry,
people
point of
present.
information. Is the number wrong? It looks wrong to me. Can someone check the actual account number?
And 901.
Oh, there, yep, you are very right. Sorry, thank you.
Zero one.
Thank you.
This is 10901, City of Groton, streets budget. And this is $2,771,196.
Can you speak what you talked about in committee? Who was there?
Yeah, we had three people in committee, Emma Gibbs, Gary Wells, and myself. There was a unanimous vote in favor. And I'd ask the mayor if he would like to give an overview.
I'm sorry, hold on one second. There's confusion.
109001.
This
So
is
in the
an
book,
addi-
it's 01.
The highway maintenance?
In the book, on page
It's in your
177.
book.
In the spreadsheet, it's, sorry, it's different.
Right, but it's in your book broken down because you've got three items, police, highway. Basically, it's the highway maintenance budget, and then the street lights.
And then 10904 is the lights.
04 is the lights.
Correct.
That will come later.
Yeah.
Just to mention, I think everybody's pretty much aware of this through the state statute that creates the city, as well as through a couple arbitrations. The R.T.M. cannot cut the public works budget in any way. However, you are required to pass it, to actually vote on it. So, but you cannot cut it.
Are there any, do you want an overview, or do you just want to pass it?
Pass it.
Okay. So, are there
I
any
don't know who seconded-
questions?
I don't know who seconded the
I'm sorry.
motion.
I need a motion and a second to start.
I'll make a motion to move the number $2,771,196.
Okay, I've got a second.
Amboise.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Waiting for online. Representative Cimarero, Hanscom, Eben, Surf. I have not. Your-
Surf abstains.
Okay, we'll get to that.
Eben-
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
I'm in favor.
Okay, Representative Cimarero is in favor. Okay, if everybody can put their hand down now, please.
Who got the street lights? Got the lights yet?
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? I have,
I abstain.
okay. So I have Eben, Surf, Burrill. Anyone else? So that motion passes
30 to
30
0
to-
to 3.
30 to 0 to 3. Thank you. Thank you all. All right. Well, that was probably the easiest thing we've done.
Nice night.
Okay. We are now on to 10904 street lighting, which. Okay, sorry. I don't know where the explanation for this is in the book.
It's $113,848.
113.
848.
848.
I'll accept that as a
Give us the
motion.
information from your committee meeting.
Watson, second.
Thank you.
Can you read your committee notes?
That's a motion, and our committee was myself, Emma Gibbs, and Gary Wells.
So in 3 to 0 to 0?
Yes.
Town manager, do you speak to this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, this is simply the town's expense for lights in the GU territory that are outside of the city that we're responsible for. So it's just what we have to pay.
Are there any questions? That's a look. Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I'm waiting for online. Okay, if everyone online could please lower their hands. Representative Eben.
Who?
Representative Eben? Just a reminder, if you are leaving the meeting, if you can just let us know before you leave so that we have an accurate count, please. Okay, if everybody could put their hand down, please. Representative Wells, if I could get you to put your hand down, please. Anyone opposed to this number? Representative Cerf has her hand up. Anyone abstaining? Representative Cerf, I just want to, okay, thank you.
I'm definitely opposed.
Okay. Anyone abstaining? Okay, then that passes,
32.
what are we, 32 to 1 to 0.
I thought she had, no, 32 altogether, so 31.
Oh, I'm sorry, 31 to 0, or 31 to 1 to 0. My apologies. Thank you, Mayor.
So Surf said no?
All right. We are moving on to Groton Long Point.
Evan. But she didn't tell us. Oh, wait, she's back on.
But she hasn't come up yet.
No, I can't
She's
tell.
always there. She was always there.
Well, why did somebody say she
Oh,
left?
I thought she got off. Then she must have voted for. Representative Eben, have you been on this whole time? I lost you somehow. You must, unless she was she behind the white screen?
Yes, I've been on all this time.
I'm so sorry. You were behind the white screen, I think, here for me. So did you vote yes with that last one for the lights?
I did indeed.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. My apologies. So
32.
32 to 1
I've been
to
on the
0.
whole time.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, one more time?
She said she's been on.
Been on the whole time.
I
My
have been on the
apologies.
whole
There's a
time.
white block so that we know that you guys are hearing, and I just didn't see you.
Don't
You
know
were.
why you thought I left.
Just don't bother.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So, next up. Long Point is on, and you are on page 179.
Hello, everyone. The new pros, new pros.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, Groton Long Point,
Police?
Police, their budget is on page 60, A66, if you want to see the full description. Okay.
I'd like to make a motion for the Groton Long Point Police Department is $371,050.
Second.
371050.
Norman?
Okay.
Norman?
It is on page 180, 179 to 180.
Norman?
And tonight we have President of
Tiny
Groton
little
Long Point
voice, not
Association, Amanda Gallagher, and Chief Knowles from Groton Long Point. Would you guys like to explain your budget?
Sure.
Thank you.
Speak right into it. Speak right into it.
Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you all. I will start by reading the relevant excerpt of our letter to the town, and then I will turn it over to Chief Knowles to more fully explain the budget. The Groton Long Point Association respectfully submits this request for funding from the town of Groton for fiscal year 2024. The Groton Long Point Association requests $371,050 for the police division. The town of Groton is responsible for providing the two subdivisions of Groton, the city of Groton and the GLPA, police protection for all of its Groton citizens. This has been accomplished through the town of Groton funding a portion of the city of Groton and GLPA police budgets. GLPA is requesting the town of Groton continue to fund 50% of the GLPA police budget, and therefore we are submitting a request of $371,050 for fiscal year 2024. The police services provided in GLP are also a benefit to all citizens throughout Groton, since these services provide mutual aid and shared support in emergency situations and supplemental backup when necessary. These police services, which are only funded at a cost of 50% from the town of Groton, are invaluable to protecting all of our Groton citizens. Now I'll turn it over to Chief Knowles.
Good evening, everyone. And I want to thank the Public Safety Committee for passing our budget. Just a little background on me for those that you don't know me. I've been with Groton Long Point since 2018. Prior to that, I was with Stonington Police for 31 years and went to Pfizer for 2 years in private security. But that said, and as I told the council early on that I understand the value of a dollar. I raised 4 children who are all now adults. And as a point of information, my daughter owns a business here in Groton, so I try to keep everything low. But that said, we still run a fully operational police department in Groton Long Point. We're working toward our accreditation as everyone else. We are held to the same standards as everybody. We do provide backup and mutual aid to other departments within the state and right here in Groton. As you know, costs have gone up. We have, we came online with the body cameras back in July of 22, which right now we're into year 3, actually second year of working into the second year with the body cameras. We have 5 full-time officers. We're covered by a collective bargaining agreement. We're in negotiations now with our members of the CBA. We employ part-time officers to try to keep our costs low. And if you look at the budget, it's fully loaded. Everything's in there. Operations, wages, benefits. There's nothing hidden. So the $29,000 I'm looking at this year for the increase over last year's budget is just to simply cover my costs to my operation. This does not include my salary. This is just the salary for CBA, and it's also the operation and operating cost for running the department throughout the year.
Are there any questions? Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Chief, how is your salary funded?
My salary is funded through the association. They provide the funding for that. Thank you. You're welcome.
Representative Gauthier.
Thank you. Just because I'm kind of a data nerd, about how many folks are in your association or pooling into, I guess this, what's your population? Because I can't break you down the same way I can.
We have like 640 households. During the summertime, we swell. We do a lot of long-term and short-term rent, not short-term, but more long-term rentals during the winter season. A lot of owners do rent their properties out, and we bring people in from, quite frankly, all over. When COVID hit, we saw the population swell during the time where it normally wouldn't. But during the summertime, we run about 5,000 people a day down there. It's amazing to see. We have 25-mile-an-hour zones down there. If you have not driven through, you will see. We too are in the, just purchased some of the automated signs, speed limit signs. We are going to be putting those up. We have a lot of contractors on site, so we always, it's quite busy down there, to be honest with you. If you ever get a chance to come on down, come in, stop, see me, and you'll see what I mean.
Thank you.
Representative Evan. Representative Evan?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I have a question. I didn't quite, maybe you mentioned it. What I heard was that there's a $29,000 increase because your operating costs have increased. But I'd like to know exactly why there's a $29,000 increase. Is that labor, or what exactly is that increase from, let's see, it was 331 in 2022, and last year it was 341.
Well, to be fair, that is part of the, we're not quite sure, we're in negotiations now with the union. Obviously, there'll be an increase in costs there. There'll be an increase in not just wages, but the benefits and so forth. And if you haven't noticed, over the last couple of years, there's been an increase in gas, utilities, heat, oil. This is my operating budget. This is my paper. This is my printers. This is everything. And so most of the cost is incorporated in the operation itself. Plus, again, we also, with the accountability bill, we have the mental wellness checks, and those significant costs. We have training. Try to keep the training low as far as the training budget. We too, like the town, have contracted with Post University, so they can do their static training, right from the department. Saves us on overtime and so forth. But even with that, is the increase in the operation budgets. The operating costs themselves is the reason for the increase in the budget.
Representative
Have you
Evans? Okay, sorry.
Increased your staffing lately?
Actually, my part-time staff was at about 8. I lost one gentleman who just became the new chief of the Montville Police Department, and I did not. I have not replaced him yet. So we actually lost at least one position.
Then why isn't that savings reflected in the budget? Are you just holding the position money until you fill it?
Yeah, we are going to refill it. It's just a matter of doing it. It costs money to fill that position. Even the part-timers have to go through the full background to include polygraph and psychological, and they're not cheap. So, right there between polygraph and psychological is about a $1,300 bill. So, if I'm going to bring somebody else on, we have to fund that position.
Thank you.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I should have asked this question when the other chiefs were here, but maybe the town manager can answer. What is the cost per home to run the Town of Groton Police Department?
We actually broke it out.
Because I'm doing the math here, and I'm seeing that Groton Long Point's total budget is $742,000. Chief just said there's 640 homes. That's $1,159 per house down in Groton Long Point. Seems like a steep number. Can you respond to that? So no, I'm not. I'm the 742. If you go to page.
We actually did that math.
Are we just talking, can you clarify what you're asking?
Yeah, hold on. So if you go to page 69 or A69, the total budget for public safety appears to be $742,100. That would be your police department, correct?
Does it include lifeguards too? Okay, yeah.
Okay, so at 640 houses in Groton Long Point, that means that it's $1,159 per home. And I'm thinking that I'm not paying $1,000, and nobody in this room is paying $1,000 for police coverage in the rest of the town or the city. And you guys offer services that are a little broader and more special than what the rest of us get here in town. Is that correct?
Well, if you're talking about enforcing ordinances, we enforce the ordinances down there that are particular to the town, to the Groton Long Point, yes. But we also fund, during the summertime, community service officers, so they're included in the budget too. So that's an additional 3 or 4, what we call community service officers. But they end up doing walking beats and so forth.
I'm sorry. We actually did break out the math per household for the town of Groton in part of doing our analysis. And can you hear me? Yeah. The fully loaded budget for the town of Groton, to the extent we could determine it, because it does appear, various sections of it appear in different line items. The nearest we could calculate, the fiscal year 2024 budget for the town of Groton for the police is $15,788,846. That, as far as we can tell, includes salaries, operating expenses, insurance, and retirement. It does not include the costs associated with the operation of the Groton Police Building at 68 Groton Long Point Road, or vehicle replacement costs. We couldn't break that out. With 15,958 households in Groton, this comes out to a cost of $989.40 per household. What GLP is requesting, we are not requesting the full, we're only requesting 50%. So that comes out to $579.77 per household, which is what the current request from GLP to the town is. Does that help?
Yes, I think it does. So if we were to be equitable and have, so if we're paying $989 per house here in the town of Groton, why should we pay for $1,100, almost $1,200 for Groton Long Point?
But you're not. You're only paying $579.77
Right, so,
because
right, so
Groton Long Point is only requesting 50%, and that's actually only 50% of, not of the full budget, but of the salaries and benefits and operating costs of everything, not including chief salary and benefits, which Groton Long Point fully funds itself.
Okay, so if we took $989 and divided it by 2, that's $495. That if we did by 640 homes is $316,000, and you're asking for $371.
That also has just for a point of clarification on that, you're taking the police chief's salary in there also, correct?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
For Representative Scott's scenario, he has the police chief's salary in that budget, correct?
That's what, the total budget is $742,000. They're dividing it by 2. Does that include the police chief's?
Not theirs.
Not theirs?
The town's does.
Okay. So what would that add to the budget? What's the chief's salary? Another $100,000 roughly?
No.
More than that, probably. I don't know. I don't know what these guys make. 171. All right. I just we don't need 3 police departments in this town. I know we've had this kind of conversation in the past. I'm going to motion $316,480.
One more time, hold on. 316?
480.
480. Is there a second to that? I'll second. Seconded by
Massett?
Representative Massett. Representative Cerf.
I was wondering if you could speak to the motion.
Do you want?
Oh,
Do you want to speak more to the motion?
Yes, I can speak to the motion.
You're not speaking to somebody else's motion.
Okay.
Representative Scott spoke to his motion already. Representative Cerf, do you have a question?
Yes, I'd like to point out that even though the number of houses in Groton Long Point is not as large as in Groton, it is a fully lit police department, 24/7. And in order to fill all the shifts that they need to have the right number of officers for those shifts, obviously the number is slightly higher per house, and there's nothing that they can do about that. They have to have a certain amount of shifts, and they only have a certain amount of houses. That's what you try to do on a number of houses with respect to the budget. Doesn't really work. I just wanted to point that out.
Representative Wells? Representative Wells?
I'm always struck by comparisons with the Wells, yes. I'm always struck by comparisons with the Weekapaug Fire District in Rhode Island. Demographics are similar. They have the same problem, although some of their finer houses are expensive.
Madam
And-
Moderator, point of
And
order.
What's your point? One second, Representative Wells.
Your
Your point?
My point is that
If you look at the Weekapaug website.
Hold on, Representative Wells,
in the
one
summer-
second. Representative Wells, hold on one second. Your point.
Am I?
Your point.
My point is that we are discussing the police budget for Groton Long Point. And it doesn't matter what they do in Westerly. What matters is what happens here.
Thank you, Representative Massett. Representative Wells, could you?
I think I have the
Hold
floor
on.
here.
You don't have the floor if somebody calls a point of order, so you need to hold on when somebody calls a point of order. So,
Oh,
I'm asking you to please stick with just the Groton Long Point budget and not the Westerly or the Weekapaug budget, please.
Madam Moderator, a point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's your point of parliamentary inquiry?
The speaker is allowed to defend his point of discussion
He
under
is.
Rule 8.7.
He
And I'd
is.
like to hear his defense of his position.
He is not asking for that.
I'd like to hear it.
Representative Wells.
He's just using it as an analogy. It never,
Representative Wells?
Well, Weekapaug private security, and they say in the season, the summer season, and after 9 p.m., call the Westerly Fire Department.
Right.
Otherwise, they can just.
Point
So
of
they hire
order.
private
One
security.
second, let him get to his point. So, I'm sorry, you were breaking up quite a bit. So your point is that they have a summer or a daytime, and then they have them call the police or the fire department in the evening someplace else. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
they just say in the summer and before 10 o'clock at night,
They hire a security company.
Okay.
call the Westerly Police
Like
Department,
Neptune
otherwise
Park.
they have private security. I know some people in Groton Long Point, they love their police department.
Okay.
So I think if they want.
Good.
Okay. Representative Casper, I believe, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I also would like this body not to forget that Groton Long Point is also funding the town police department. They're not getting a discount on their taxes for that.
Thank you, Representative Gustafson.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I think we're looking at this from the wrong perspective. Police people, not structures. I haven't seen a structure commit a crime before. So if you do the math with the portion that they're asking us for, which is $371,050, divided by the estimation of 5,000 people, it comes out to like $74 and change. I think it's probably a better way to look at it. Thanks.
Seeing no other comments, we are voting on the amended number of $316,480.
I think we better do a
Roll call vote, please. So we're voting on this number.
The number again is 316480. Representative Adams.
Abstain.
Amboise?
No.
Bailey? Bailey? Representative Bailey, how do you vote?
No.
Okay. Sorry. Joe Burrell?
No.
Bright? No. 4. Casper?
No.
Surf?
No.
Chase?
No.
Cop?
No.
Eben?
Yes.
Frickman?
No.
Gardner?
No.
Gothier?
No.
Gibbs?
No.
Gustafson?
No.
Hanscom?
No.
Caden?
No.
Massett?
No.
McElroy?
No.
Merritt?
No.
Norman?
No.
Aubrey?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
Powers K?
No.
Powers S?
No.
Scott?
Yes.
Cimarero?
No.
Thomas?
No.
B.C. Williams?
No.
Watson?
No.
Wells?
No.
Whitney?
No.
And Rusk?
No. That motion fails 3 to 29 to 1.
That's correct.
So the next number on the board is $371,050. I'm sorry, let me say that again. $371,050. All those in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Oh.
We're voting for the full number. Okay, if everyone could put their hands down, please.
I need to have names when you call a notice.
Anyone opposed, please? Representative Scott?
His foot up.
Anyone else opposed? Anyone abstaining? No? So that passes 32 to 1 to 0. All right, so we are moving on
Thank you.
to Groton Long Point
Roads.
Roads.
Why can't we do them all together, roads and lights? Mayor, I mean Manager, Mr. Can't they vote for the lights and roads together? Since there's
No, they're totally separate
Passing them
things, yeah.
together.
Oh, but there's no, they can't say no. All we can say yes.
And just to mention, this is the same where the number cannot be changed by the R.T.M.
We need to put a number on the floor.
So,
I like that, though.
Groton Long Point paving operations and their roads. I move a number of $260,500.
Who was my second?
oh, Caden.
Can you just give us an
Our
overview?
committee met, was Gibbs, Wells, and myself. Voted in favor 3, 0 opposed, 0 absent.
Thank you. So again, this is not a budget that we can change. Is there any questions, any comments? Representative Whitney?
Thank you. Just have 2 questions. First is wondering, do we have the minutes for the Public Works?
Excuse me?
Do we have your minutes? I haven't
Do
seen
you
the
have
minutes.
my minutes?
Yeah, from the meeting.
Everything's on file with the town clerk.
So we've gotten that?
Have they gone
Yeah,
out?
I thought I sent those out. I'll have to check. I thought I sent them out as soon as I got them.
I just can't find
You
it,
did?
so I'll go and look. That's fine.
Okay.
And my other question is, for Groton Long Point, is the roads budget similar to the city of Groton where it includes not just the roads, but for instance, the sidewalks and everything. I was wondering what the structure is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name's Glenn Lucier. I'm the Director of Public Works at Groton Long Point. So the budget includes things like drainage, paving, contract for snow and ice removal, roadside maintenance, like repavings, line striping, catch basin cleaning, street signs, and then just general support for public works type activities. So it's a pretty full budget.
So not sidewalks though?
Not what?
Are sidewalks included?
Oh, yeah, it absolutely includes sidewalks as well, yeah.
Thank you.
If you want to look at a more detailed description of the budget, it is on Appendix A68. And I'm sorry, could you introduce yourself?
I did, yes.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, my name is Glenn Lucier.
Thank you.
I'm the Public Works Director at Groton Long Point.
I think I was looking over here. All right, are there any other questions? Representative Cerf.
Yes, I'd just like to point out that some years ago, Long Point switched from having a private contractor to using the Groton Public Works to do their roads. So actually, the roads cost the same thing in Groton Long Point as the rest of the town. And we do what is necessary. Is that correct, Manager Burt? You're still using the Public Works?
Yes, that's correct, because it was found to be cost effective.
Right. I'd also like to point out that Groton Long Point gets flooded all the time, which is really bad for the roads. So they do have to be redone, rather perhaps more frequent than other places. But I know they're very economical about it. I used to have to pay that mill rate.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor of $260,500, please say aye.
Point of order, I have my hand.
Was her hand up?
I didn't see it.
I did not see it up. I'm sorry. We're in the middle of a vote. My apologies.
I had my hand up before you said anything, but thank you. If I can speak, that would be. I'm
Go
just
ahead.
curious about that $85,000 for ice removal. I wondered if there had been any decreases in that, given the fact that there hasn't been any snow, or if that's an increase. It's hard to tell because I don't see a longitudinal kind of.
Yeah, unfortunately, we're on a 3-year contract for snow and ice removal. That contract is up this year. We'll be going out for bid in late summer, early fall for another 3-year contract. So this budget represents some small inflationary increase due to that, but that's it.
Okay. I mean, I have to say, it doesn't sound like the R.T.M. has any choice, any ability to do anything with this number. But I would just like to say that it's not possible to really utilize the Groton Long Point because there's no non-resident parking available anywhere in that community. So I kind of find it a travesty that my tax dollars go to keep your roads and your sidewalks and in this tip-top shape when actual public residents of the town of Groton are able to access it.
Okay, that was just a comment.
Okay. So the number on the floor is $260,500. Seeing Representative Eben, your hand is still up. Did you have another comment?
No, I'm
Okay.
just putting it down, sorry.
So the number on the floor is $260,500. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, if everybody can put their hand down, please. All those opposed? We have Representative Eben. Anyone abstaining? We have Representative Burrell
And Thomas.
and Thomas.
I changed
Sorry.
my vote to an abstention,
Oh,
thank
I'm
you.
sorry. Thank you. So I have
29.
I'm sorry, 29 to 0 to 3. That motion passes. Okay, we are moving on to street lighting, which is 10912.
One zero. 912, street lighting. I move a number of $15,358. 358, 15358.
Sorry.
Voted in committee by Gibbs, Wells, and Merritt. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstaining. This is the number from the town of Groton.
Town manager, you
This
want
is
to-
simply, yes, our cost, our responsibility for the lights there.
Any questions? Seeing no hands. All in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, if you can put your hands down, please. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That passes unanimously, 32 to 0 to 0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wait a minute, that's 33.
I'm sorry, 33 to 0 to 0? 33 to 0 to 0. Okay.
Madam Moderator,
Yes,
just a
ma'am.
kind of point of procedure, information, whatever you want to call it. Do we have to make a motion to continue past 10, is it?
Past 10 o'clock.
All right, so we're about 3 minutes still? Do we do that
So-
at 10 or right before? When do you want to do that?
We cannot start a new number after 10 without consensus. So we are still before 10. So I'm gonna.
Do we want to make that consensus now, or?
Let
people want to leave, they can leave.
I'm gonna keep going with 1, 0, 1, 1. We're gonna go through this one, and then we'll take a vote after that. We are on information technology, page, or budget item 1011 on page 70.
I'd like to make a motion. Oh, yeah.
You gotta hear the chair of finance.
1011, Information Technology, found on page 70. Director Hancock was present. Representative Scott was present for the voting process this time. Motion was made by Representative Chase, seconded by Massett, to move $1,260,407. The co-
A little more quiet so we can hear. I have 1,260,407?
Correct.
Is there a second? Second. Second by Representative Gauthier.
The committee discussed the types of systems, the cost of services, along with the laptops and desktop requirements for cost purposes. There will be new upgrades, CIPs for the senior center connection and services, which is what we're doing tonight. The time clock system was also discussed. Chairman Powers called for a vote. 6 were in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained. That passed.
Thank you. Manager Brian Hancock is here. Do you want to explain your budget in the quickest terms possible?
Sure. Right now, we have, the IT department has a 3.68 increase over this current year. Personnel is up about 1.37, about 7,500 increase. Contracts are up 5.61%. We've had multiple new contracts come due this year, and with the cost of living increases, most of the other 46 contracts that I manage have increased between 1 to 5% on average. A lot of the new softwares, he discussed the time clocks. We're looking at leasing that. They're coming end of life on December of this year. And we are actually looking, we've actually had started installing a new payroll HR system that we hope to have up within the next 12 months. So leasing the time clock seems like a better option than buying them outright with no trade-in value. That's about it.
Are there any questions? Representative Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. This is just a general question. Thank you. And this might be for the town manager also. Who negotiates these contracts? Do the department heads negotiate them?
No, I do.
So
Well, there's really no negotiation. A lot of them are you pay what we want. I do look at them, I hope to keep within 3%.
So there's no negotiating whatsoever?
Now, when you got a software that like our financial software, it's kind of tough to move it, and they say, well, we're gonna raise you 3%.
Okay.
You kind of have to eat the cost.
Thank you.
Representative Cerf.
Yes, I remember when I was on the council, we had started to try to modernize all IT software. Is this part of the cost here? Are you still have you started modernization process, or is this, or are you done with it, or is this just maintenance?
Nope, we are still modernizing our software. We're still moving forward.
Okay, so I imagine those contracts were negotiated quite a while ago then.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Norman.
I notice you have security in here. Have you all, is it in the budget, or have you considered running any kind of bug bounty program?
Nope, we're not in that yet.
We just actually had a cybersecurity assessment just 2 weeks ago. We did get a report back. The town of Groton has done very well. They had a couple recommendations. I do have a CIP coming up a little later tonight, hopefully tonight, to cover those costs, because we kind of predicted they were coming down.
Representative Cerf, do you have another question?
Oh, no, sorry.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. All those in, oh, I'm so sorry.
That's all right. If I might, it's not a question. I just wonder if you think about the fact that there's not a department in this town that could run without this man and his staff.
Very true.
And if I had my way, I'd double his budget. I think he does a marvelous job. He keeps it very reasonable, and we're very fortunate to have him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
I definitely second that motion. Brian is wonderful.
Okay, seeing no other hands raised, the number on the floor is $1,260,407. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
They have beat him so many years. It just kills me.
Anyone opposed? Oh, I'm sorry, if you could put your hands down online. Anyone opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, that motion passes 33-0. It is now after 10 o'clock. We still have the CIPs for technology, which I'm just going to give my editorial opinion. Would be really nice to let Mr. Hancock finish his budget tonight, but it's really up to you guys. And then we have human resources tonight, who is also here. Thank you. But it is your vote. If you would like to continue to stay tonight, I need your hand to be raised.
Stay till when?
Stay till, at this point, let's say through 10:30.
Yeah.
Yes, we can take another vote at 10:30. Okay, all those up online, is everybody?
You get a consensus.
Okay, anyone, how many do we have that are opposed to staying till 10:30?
I already missed my program.
I would say we have the majority of yes. So we're going till 10:30 at this point. If you need to leave, we need to keep a quorum, which is, how many do we have? 41 people in total? How many? What's our
that's
total?
21 is
Okay,
20,
so
we
we
have
need,
41 members.
we need 21 people to stay to keep this moving. So as of right now, we are moving on to CIP 7A, 22, sorry.
41, half.
Are we gonna do technology replacement?
21.
Jill?
I'm sorry, one more time. Technology replacement. Oh, I'm sorry, technology.
Thank you.
Okay, 21.
It is. It's okay, okay.
Item number 6,
Anybody else?
0.
We understand, we do understand.
Representative Gibbs has to sign off.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Thank you. Have a good night.
47, thank you.
And as well.
Thank you, Representative Watson.
Cimarro as well.
Thank
Okay.
you, Representative Cimarro. Okay, so we are on page 47 with item 6050.
6050, technology replacement is found on page 74. Director Hancock was present. A motion was made by Representative Chase, seconded by Representative Massett to move $81,722. The discussion about the replacement schedule was discussed, the life expectancy of the equipment, and Director Hancock talked about the replacement schedule. Chairman Gowers called for a vote. 6 were in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained. So moved. $81,722.
Second by Representative Watt. All right, do you want to discuss this?
Well, Representative did kind of cover all the highlights of this.
Okay.
It is just a technology replacement schedule for all the desktops, monitors, laptops, laser printers that we have throughout town, all on a schedule.
Are there any questions? Representative Eben.
Did you say Representative Bevan?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Madam Moderator. Yeah, I did want to ask, it looks like there's been a significant increase in costs in the center from 54,000 to 64,000 and now 81,000. And I was just curious why such a kind of exponential cost increase.
Well, the increase is scheduling PCs and laptops and all this other stuff. Things get purchased throughout the year by the departments, which gets added on to the schedule. And I've tried to keep it balanced, you know, so many PCs, laptops per year. But when someone goes out and buys 6 laptops at the same time, it kind of skews the numbers a little bit as we go along.
So I'm imagining, Mr. Burt, that everyone in the town is working at home now. You've ended any kind of COVID work in your type of program. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's no COVID restrictions. However, people found the usefulness, I think during COVID, have been able to have the ability to occasionally be remote or on vacation and taking their computer, that type of thing, which I do.
So that's what I'm getting at. Do they take their, sorry, you're breaking up, just so you know, everyone's breaking up. They take their computers home. I'm just wondering if there's a cost savings involved in having people work in their own computers.
Well, they wouldn't have the necessary, on their own, you mean on home computers? It wouldn't be allowed through with our security.
So then did you have everyone desktops and laptops? I'm just trying to understand the cost, if there's any cost saving.
Well, a lot of we were switching some of the upper level management. We took their desktop away and just gave them a laptop. So,
It's more expensive.
which is more expensive, but we saved the desktop. Yeah. But it's a lot more flexible, so they can go home and work remotely.
And then moving to the desktops, was it just a phase out when they got to that age on the schedule? Or was there do you have a stockpile of desktops no one's using?
What I would do is if we brought it back in and it was still usable within the schedule, I would redeploy it to somebody else, sometimes within the same department or division.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Casper.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. It seems that most of the increase, or all of the increase, is due to printer replacement.
Yes.
So are you going into more exotic printers, larger format, or is that the issue?
No, actually what happened was we went to a new printer maintenance company, and a lot of the printers that were covered were the older ones at the PD running the NCIC and the collect systems. They said they would not support them, so we have to keep them running 24/7. So that's why they were thrown on the list. That's why there's so many laser printers. They're not exotic. Then it's just a lot of them.
Representative Eben, do you have another question? Anyone else have any other questions? Seeing none, the number on the floor is $81,722. All in favor, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, if everyone can put their hand down. All those opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 28 to 0 to 0. All right. Next up is CIP 7A, found on 236.
CIP, Information Technology Infrastructure, 7A, page 236. Director Hancock was present. A motion was made by Representative Chase, seconded by Massett, to move $130,000. The discussion was about the operating systems and hardware upgrade, which were ongoing for servers and impact on our insurance rates, and it allows us to work in a safer environment with even impacting our bond rating, which we all kind of found that to be interesting. This is a security issue as well as to stay updated. The wireless head upgrades were also discussed. Chairman Powers called for a vote. 6 were in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained. It passed. I so move $130,000.
Do you have anything additional you want to add?
A couple things on this. On the wireless head upgrade, we're running into firmware issues with the current physical hardware. We can't install newer wireless heads with the older wireless heads out there because the firmware doesn't go high enough. So there's actually a replacement on that. Just to clarify why the wireless heads have to be replaced.
Representative Norman.
Hey, so our servers are still hardware?
We have roughly 13 still physical servers. We have roughly 40 virtual servers.
Okay, are we gonna move those out?
A lot of public safety has a lot of physical servers up there for reasons that we've deemed the right way to move, because we've had them virtual before and we've had a lot of issues between them. And the other ones is our domains. We keep
Like
physical
your website?
For login purposes, we keep them distributed throughout the town.
Okay.
Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of $130,000, please say aye or raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, if you could please lower your hand. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstaining? That passes, what are we at to? 28 to 0 to 0. Thank you, Manager Hancock.
Madam Moderator?
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion for $12,923,636, which represents item 1070, insurance and claims, and 1071, self-funded plans. I know we're not there.
1, 2.
Can
you give me the number again?
It's 12923,636.
You can take it out of order. There's nobody who says you can't.
And please tell me again what this is for.
Okay, these represent items 1070, insurance and claims, and 1071, self-funded plans. I believe I did get a second, so if I'm allowed to speak.
Aren't we doing human resources?
Hold on. There's a motion on the floor. Let me get there. You're on page 84 and 80.
Point of order.
Okay, what?
We weren't able to move the highways, streets, and lights together because we were told that they were moved separately by the town council. Why wouldn't this logic apply here?
We haven't gotten there.
We haven't gotten there yet. Hold on.
I didn't even hear a second.
Did we even get a second for this? Who was my second? Second, thank you. Representative Aubrey. Hold on.
Point of information, I have no idea where you are. It looks like
Okay.
you sum up the agenda. Can you please let us know where you are?
Yes, one second. What, hold on. There was a motion made to combine 1070 and 1071. I'm in the amount of $12,923,636, which is on page 84 and page 88. Is this the full amount?
Yes, and this represents what both the town council and the R.T.M. committee approved for insurance and claims, which insurance and claims adds up to $950,750, and the self-funded plans, which total $11,972,886. The rationale for this, in my opinion, is the most important budget I think that we need to discuss, and I'd love to get this all done tonight so we can be on time, is human resources. That was the one where that was separated out. In my experience as being an R.T.M. member for 4 terms, being the moderator for 1, these two we never really touched to begin with. It's always financed out. So if we expedite our process and just vote it, then we can really talk about the human resources budget, and we don't have to leave our human resources director out in lurch and have to come back again next meeting.
Hold on.
We're not done with our tech CIPs.
Hold on.
I'm like with you, but.
Where are you? Okay.
Yeah, in the amended schedule that Betsy sent out 12 hours ago.
Oh, can't hear you.
Hold on, there's an amended schedule that I don't have in front of me. 1 second, that we are missing a CIP.
No, it's there.
It's not on my agenda. Sorry.
No, it was sent in.
Okay. Well, I'm going with the last agenda. Okay, what we have on the floor right now, hold on, is to combine these two. We have not in the past combined things, hold on, Representative Cerf, we have not combined things in the past that have not been combined, at least at the committee level or by the town council. By a consensus, and I'm not taking a vote, I would like a consensus. Would you like to move forward with this, or would you like to take them separately? So if you would like to move forward with this as a combined amount, please
Point of order,
hold
point of
on.
information. I'm still confused. Why aren't we doing 1012, which is on my agenda next?
Because
Was there a
it was
motion
not,
to change the agenda?
it was not on my agenda. I didn't receive the new one. I came straight from work to here, so I did not see the new agenda. We will get back to that. I have a motion on the floor. I need to resolve this motion first, and then we will go back.
All right, I would like to speak to that motion. I
Hold on,
disagree
we
that
haven't-
funded plans is
Point
one
of order, do we need to make
Hold
a
on.
motion to suspend the rules in
Hold
order to
on.
be able to do this?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
I don't want to combine self-funded plans, even with insurance if we want, but not the self-funded plans. That's crazy.
The motion has been withdrawn. So, my apologies, I did not get the new agenda. So we are on CIP 7D. I have no idea what page we're on. What page is it, please?
7D is 237. You have the CIP.
Representative Sir, 1 moment, please. Okay.
Just a quick point of information.
What's your
or
point
point
of-
of order? Did the second withdraw too?
Was the second withdrawn? Thank you.
I withdraw it.
All right.
Okay.
Hold on, gotta find the right marker. Okay, go ahead.
CIP 7D, IT security, page 237.
If we can please let the chair speak.
Director Hancock was present. A motion was made by Representative Chase, second by Representative Massett, to move $73,000. Our discussion was Director Hancock briefly discussed the security check performed by a contracting company to check for any possible system breaches or areas of concern within our systems. the proper plan of corrective action, and basically an outside audit is what we were discussing in this. Chairman Powers called for a vote. 6 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstained. Passed. So moved, $73,000.
Mr. Hancock, would you like to speak to
Where's
this
the
one?
second? I need a
Oh,
second.
I need a second. My apologies. It's getting late. Second by
Amboise.
Representative Bois. Thank you.
This one here on the IT security, we're looking to replace the firewall at the town hall, which is becoming end of life probably within the next 6 to 8 months. The general security is the cybersecurity audit that we had to purchase a couple softwares that were recommended. And there's a little bit of money in here to work on our disaster recovery plan.
Any questions? Representative Norman.
This is a physical firewall.
Excuse me?
This is like a physical firewall.
This is a physical firewall.
Okay. And just in the future, I'd love to see consideration of like UB keys and other additional security for town employees. UB keys?
We do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Seeing no other hands raised. All those in favor of $73,000 for CIP 7D, please raise your hand or say aye.
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 Okay, if you can put your hands down, please. Representative Wells, if you can put your hand down, please.
Thank you.
Anyone opposed? His hand was still up before. Any abstentions? That passes unanimously at 28-0-0. Thank you
All right.
for
Have a good night.
waiting and being here so long. Come on up. We still have 10 minutes.
You can take them out of order.
Thank you so much for sticking around. Hi, everybody.
Thank you, Director Green.
So we are now doing item 1012, Human Services, page 78.
One zero one two, Human Resources, page 78. Director Green was with us. A motion was made by Representative Chase, seconded by Representative Gardner, to move $478,247. Our discussion with Director Green, the committee asked about the budget increases, the hiring of a new employee, which is a HR generalist, request the history of the department and the number of employees, the workload of the office, the Human Resources Office is under, the town council adding the $75,000 for the generalist, how this would impact the town services and employee relations. These items will be discussed again in front of the full body, which is what we're here doing tonight. Representative Scott made a motion, seconded by Representative Chase, to reduce the number to $402,647, which was the original number due to the layoffs, inflation, and taxes increases for that position. The fact it wasn't in the original budget were some of the questions that arose. Yeah, there were, when what we discussed was jobs, as far as for every 2 jobs, there's only 1 employee, so that was a pretty large discussion. Representative Gardner made a motion. It was seconded by Chase, $382,647, and this was the rationale of the total budget increase of 11%. Manager Byrd, along with Manager Green, explained that impact, and that it was contractual, some of the costs that we were talking about. A loss of the entire position would make the department pretty much unfunctionable. The retention of qualified people and long-term retention is extremely difficult. The full body will hear more about this subject. With regards to how employees are leaving, retiring, overall department compensation, Chairman Powers called for a vote for the $382,640. 2 were in favor, 4 were opposed, 0 abstentions. That failed. Chairman Powers called for a vote on $402,647. 4 were in favor, 2 were opposed, Powers and Massett, and there were no abstentions. So that's the original number. We're going to move $402,647.
Hold on, that's not the number I have in
Madam
mind.
Moderator?
What, wait 1 second.
On council list, the number is 548,943 for human services.
Looking at the number in the book.
So,
I'm sorry, I was looking at the wrong number in the book.
am I
Hold
looking
on,
at the
hold
wrong
on. Representative Surf, wait 1 second. I'm not hearing your question. Give me 1 second. I was looking at the wrong number. Oh. It's getting late. I'm getting tired. I apologize. Okay, so the number on the floor is $402,647. That is the original town manager's number. The council moved a number of passed a number of $478,247. Okay. The committee reduced the number back to the town manager's number. Okay.
Is this account 10-1?
We are on account 1012.
Oh,
Human
101.
Resources on page 78. Okay.
Sources.
We can restore with a 2/3 vote to the highest.
No, it's just the majority.
Oh, we only have to restore, okay. So yes, we can restore it to the original, or to the town council number with a majority vote.
I make a motion to, well, can you say why the town council raised it?
Director Green, would you like to talk to your budget?
Yes, thank you. This additional position, HR generalist, the thought process behind this is not only increased workload, as was mentioned, but it's taking a look at how we're managing our workforce. As I'm sure you know, in the last couple of years, it's gotten very tough with competition for employees and also retaining employees. And there's a lot of discussion about how you're managing that. What is your organizational development and design and HR's portion in that? And helping the directors be successful and helping the town services. So being able to dive a little bit deeper into that is what this employee would do. And that might look like training and development. It may be revamping, onboarding, checking in with employees continuously. We're looking at leadership development, reviewing our total rewards. So these are items that we can do a deeper dive in when we're looking at employee culture, how are we managing and supporting employees, and looking at retention, because it's not only money. Obviously, there's budgeted contractual increases for employees, but there's other things you have to start to look at to be competitive in this workforce. And especially we have some really specialized positions. And we're seeing that recruitment, we're having to go back out multiple times. We're competing against the other municipalities. So what are the ways that we can stand out and do the work a little bit differently? So that was my impetus for this position.
I just wanted to mention too that at the time I was putting the budget together, which is very early, it's like October we start. We've known for some time that she's going to need a position, but it takes a while, especially when you're short-staffed, to go through the analysis of what exactly is needed. The council knew beforehand that there was going to be a request before it came to them. They didn't on the fly just learn about it that day, just so you know.
Thanks. Representative Norman.
So I would
stand up.
Oh, yes. I would like to move $478,247, the council's number, because, thank you. To speak to that, we have heard from multiple folks who have come in here both tonight and before about how hard it is to recruit and retain, how we're constantly in competition. I want to give Groton every chance it can be to get the best people on the job and support our town the best way we can. So if one person can be a multiplier across all of our departments, I'm really into that. Thank you.
Representative Gauthier, your hand was up next.
this is more just to kind of understand the full-time employee breakout analysis here. So I see 5 positions at one point. HR coordinator got zeroed out. Is this different than the HR coordinator and you're just calling it a generalist, or is this a different kind of position altogether?
It's an additional. So we've had 4 for quite a while, and right before I started, there was a retirement, and it was filled at a lower level. And when that person recently left, I'm putting it back up to that level, the 4 that we've always had. So this is in addition to that, to start looking at doing things a little bit differently and to get a little deeper and expand into our work to support all areas of the town.
So would it sounds like it would be.
Go ahead.
It sounds like it would be similar to like a coordinator position if it's going across all departments, or is, I'm just trying to understand. Are
The
you
titles can be used differently depending on industry and depending on the size of the HR department. So the intent is for it to have a couple of focuses, yes. And everybody's job will have to be re-looked at in HR to make sure we're spreading out things appropriate.
So can you hold 1 second, please? We just lost Zoom.
Oh, wow.
And this is why we are all supporting Sean's budget.
when you think about cutting their CIPs for updating the senior center?
That's going to be the easiest one to pass.
If we move that fiber CIP up a few years, does it get better? Yeah. It's like in there for 27.
You know what? I don't have any more questions.
Recording in progress.
That's okay. All right, I think we have everyone
It looks
back.
like they're muted for some reason. I can see that they're muted.
Okay, we are now back. Sorry we lost you for a second, everyone online.
Right into the microphone.
No one could hear you because you were muted.
We
hear
actually
anything she said.
completely lost you at some point, so.
Zoom went down.
Zoom went down. We're trying to keep you going. All right, any other questions? Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. So I just want to speak to the original number that was passed out of committee, the $402,000 number. I would encourage the membership to vote for that. This is a $75,000 decrease over the original town council's approved budget. And I just don't think now is the right time to be hiring new employees. In the committee meeting, I heard a job description that included things like camaraderie and culture, holistic looking at things. I don't think that's the right employee that we need to hire right now, and that's why I moved for the lower number, and I would encourage, again, members to vote for that. Thank you.
Can I clarify on that?
Yes.
That wasn't necessarily a job description. It is just speaking to overall, just general.
Representative Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. To that end, I mean, hearing the description as you described it tonight, cross-referencing with the committee meeting, I'm in favor of the town council number. I think it's a good addition, and having sort of some more connective tissue amongst all the departments, I think would be a bonus. A lot of times, like, things get siloed out and communication breaks down. So I think it would be a good addition. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other hands. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Whitney.
Thank you. Before that $402,647, that first number, that's what's in our budget book. That's an 11% increase from last year. And now with the new number, I think it's like 32% increase. So I just want to point that out.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Chase.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. After the Finance Committee meeting, I personally got more information about this whole situation, and that from what I understand, and the director can correct me if I'm wrong, but they're overworked over there. They don't have enough people in that department. So I'll be voting for the higher number.
I can't hear her again.
Can you hear me? Representative Cerf. Okay, we're trying to work on it. All right.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
No, we lost you again.
It's the Wi-Fi. It's not Zoom.
Mm-hmm. we do.
I'm just shutting my computer to try to get them back. Who knows what I got running?
1, 2, 3, 4, 20, we have 21. I have 21. So we need one of them. What? Someone to hang on. I know. We need 22. 22, correct?
No,
Oh, it is 21.
Yeah, it is 21.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes, we
5,
do.
6, 7, 8.
Recording in progress.
Not really.
So if we have to, we can keep going.
Point of information,
Yes.
we can't keep going if we don't have them because it's a hybrid meeting.
Correct.
And so we have to maintain
No,
that.
that's not exactly correct.
No,
Well,
I just read the
we have to
public
try.
hearing.
We can still record, it's just.
We can wait a few minutes.
Yeah, we're going to try. So while we are waiting, we will not leave until after this budget item, but we do have 2 more items that fall under human resources.
We can't talk, oh,
I'm just asking for a consensus.
Okay.
I'm not asking for a vote.
Okay.
Would y'all be willing to stay?
Yes. Yes. Very good.
Okay.
Oh, they're back up, they're back up.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, we are back.
Let's go. Let's get the show.
All right. So, are there any other questions or comments for item
Madam
1?
Moderator, we have not heard anything for the last few minutes. How can
We
we put on
stopped,
something?
Representative Cerf, we stopped the meeting. We stopped the
Yes.
meeting. As soon as we saw you go down, because you went down and we watched.
Point of information,
Yes.
Representative Chase was in the middle of speaking and we didn't hear it.
know,
I have
she
no
was
idea
not
what
gonna-
she said or what the response, we didn't hear anyone.
Representative Chase, would you like to repeat what you said?
Yes, I said that after the Finance Committee meeting, I got more information about this extra position, and it is needed. I will be voting for the higher number.
Representative Bailey.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I have a question concerning when loss of connectivity. There's people are still in hot standby on Zoom on the internet remote. That it would be probably recommendable to recess the whole meeting when there's still people that are in hot standby.
We
Otherwise,
did.
we're just going to be kicked out of the meeting and not, not there, That
Representative
don't
Bailey,
fair.
we stopped the meeting as soon as the internet or the Zoom meeting went down.
I understand, but there was, because I switched over to TV, I was pleased that a recommendation was to carry on the meeting if we couldn't get back the people on Zoom back in. That would be totally unfair. Because the whole
We
meeting would
asked-
have to be recessed. That's like kicking people out the door.
Hold on, what I asked.
I think-
Hold on, let me respond.
I think that's
Representative
a
Cerf, if you could let me respond
violation
to
of
Representative
freedom of
Bailey. Representative Cerf, please let me respond. So Representative Bailey, what I asked while you guys were down was, is there a consensus to continue on through the rest of the meeting that is on the agenda tonight? And the consensus in the room, which is 21 people, said yes. So even if everyone online said that they did not want to do it, we would still have a majority. But if we lose a majority, we will have to, or a quorum, we will have to stop the meeting. So at this point, I would, if no one has any more questions or concerns regarding 1012, we are going to vote on the the numbers that have been moved. Representative Eben.
Thank you. I feel really voting. I mean, I'm sure this is fine, but we hear about every other word coming out of you, and there's been during this account in particular where we lost complete sound for minutes on end. I think it would probably be better to just resume this meeting when the internet is more stable. I mean, I can't imagine that we just spent so much money on IT infrastructure over the last how many years, and we can't have a Zoom meeting. It's remarkable. We literally are hearing every other word or even less that's being said.
The internet for this, or the recording for this room, or the internet for this room is in the CIP coming up soon. I'm just letting you know. That is part of the CIP coming up. So I appreciate the problems that you're having. I can't solve them right now. Sean is doing the best that he can, and we are trying our hardest to make sure that we are pausing any time that we lose you guys. We are going to try very hard to get through the rest of these budget items as quickly as possible. Representative Gardner.
I'm going to be leaving now, but thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you.
Madam Moderator, with all due respect, if these people are on Zoom are so concerned about missing anything in the meeting, they can certainly show up in person.
I'm going to ask that you refrain from that. They have the right to be on a Zoom meeting.
I understand, Madam Moderator, they have the right to be on the meeting, but it's frustrating for us too when we have to keep telling them.
Okay. I understand your concern.
Yeah, so
Representative Surf, do you have a question or comment for this item?
Yes, I do think that we have a freedom of information process. I've only heard half of this meeting, and now it's getting worse. I really think recess at this point. Try to fix the problem. I will come in person next time. If it's not going to work, then tell us all to come in person. If you had said that, I would have come in person.
I don't have a way of knowing whether or not, no one here has a way of knowing whether or not the Zoom is going to work perfectly or not. In light of the recent meetings, I personally would recommend you come in, but that is me personally. You can choose to be on Zoom or you can choose to be here in person. So we're going to continue on because we continue to have a quorum. So the number on the floor tonight is 478,247. We are going to do a roll call vote.
Adams? No. Amboise?
Yes.
Bailey?
Yes?
Burrell? No. Bright?
Yes.
Casper?
Yes.
Surf?
Yes.
Chase?
Yes.
Cop?
Yes.
Frickman? Did he leave?
Gone.
Okay. Okay. Gardner?
No.
Gauthier?
Yes.
Gibbs? Oop, gone. Gustafson?
Yes.
Hanscom?
She's there.
No, she's here. Hanscom?
Abstain.
Okay. Kaden left. Massett?
Yes.
McElry?
Yes.
Merritt? Norman?
Yes.
Aubrey?
Yes.
Perry?
Yes.
K. Powers?
Yes.
S. Powers?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Thomas?
Yes.
V.C. Williams?
Yes.
And Wells?
Yes.
Whitney?
No.
Rusk?
Yes. That motion passes
Passes
20 to 4 to 2.
No, 5.
20 to 5
5 to 2.
to 2. Thank you. All right. We are moving on to 1070 insurance and claims on page 84.
Oh, you have to leave? Okay.
I will make a consensus. Are we continuing on past 10:30?
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Okay.
Well, I didn't hear the question.
The question is, can we continue on to our last two items? 'Cause-
No.
Okay, I have the majority of people saying yes. I have the majority of the people saying yes. We are going to move on as long as we have a quorum
We do. Yep.
Nope.
No, we didn't lose a quorum.
in the room. Yes.
Right, but not.
Okay, so 1070, page 84.
1070, insurance and claims, page 84. Director Green was with us. A motion was made by Representative Chase. It was seconded by Representative Garter to move $950,000. Representative Scott was excused from this portion of the committee for voting purposes for medical appointments. Committee had no questions. Chairman Powers called for a vote, 950,000, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstention. It passed. So moved, 950,000, not 7, I don't have 750 unless that's,
What's that?
is it 950, 750? Because I had 900. Okay, it's my clerical error, sorry. It's $950,750.
Seconded by Chase. Okay, Director Green, do you want to speak to this, please?
Yes, this year we used a 10% estimate, a bit lower than last year, glad to say. This is right around the time where we're actually going out to bid, so to speak, with all of the insurers in the state that will have us. So this is a best estimate from our broker. Last year we used a range of 10 to 17%, so it's come down a bit. We still always consider if cyber will get broken out. That has yet to happen, but we always make sure that we're staying up to date in that area so that we're insurable should we have to break that out.
Are there any questions on this?
Yes,
Representative Cerf,
I have a question.
what's your question, please?
For time immemorial, I can remember now because I kept asking the question when I was on the council. The insurance bill is always 10% higher from one year to the next. And that is not, except for this year, a commensurate with the cost of living increases. I simply don't understand why insurance goes up 10% every year. My car insurance doesn't go up percent. My house insurance doesn't go up 10%. How on earth can we not go bid and get something that is less than 10% as an increase, which it doesn't make any sense to.
Our policy.
Could you answer that, one of the two of you?
Yep, she's trying.
Our policies are presented to everyone in Connecticut that will take a municipal policy, and like the cost of living, some things are out of our control, and I don't think it's unreasonable to have an increase. I understand if it's not the same percentage perhaps as what might be in our home situations, but these are commercial buildings and there are other larger costs perhaps than likely many of our homes increases.
But the cost can't be going up 10% every year.
Correct.
That doesn't mean anything else goes up 10% every year.
Insurance man.
It's really quite galling when you think about it.
Thank you.
Representative
I've got two that drive me crazy. This one drives me crazy. Do you go out to bid for insurance companies?
Every year we do. We're in the process right now. So this is our best estimate from our broker from what they're seeing current place in the market and expectations for renewal.
Representative Cerf, are you done?
Well, I guess so, but I really find it unacceptable.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I work in commercial insurance, particularly in the municipal marketplace. Congratulations on 10%. I'm working on 100, 200, 300% increases in Long Island and other places in Connecticut with coastline communities that have loss ratios. Seeing a 9 to 10% increase as you guys are doing a good job, keeping your claims under control, doing
Correct.
good risk management, things like that. Amen to 10%. Let's just book this one.
Representative Thomas, you had a question?
Oh, yeah, just a quick one. You said that the way the timing works out, that it's only just now going out for estimate. Is there any way to rearrange the timing so we have some more firm numbers? Or
I've thought about that since I came, both for our medical and for this, and I don't think cyclically there will be without lapping and having maybe a year and a half or something like that. So that might be something to think about if it's possible. I also don't know if the policies would be written for that amount of time as well. That would be needed to kind of do that movement in time.
so it maybe could be done if it's done strategically over time?
Theoretically, I don't know if the
Theoretically.
policies could be written for more
All right.
than a year at a time, but
Great.
it's always a question.
All right, thank you.
Seeing no other questions, the number on the floor is $950,750. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, if you can put your hands down, please. All those opposed? Anyone abstaining? Representative Sir.
How about opposed?
You vote opposed? Representative Sir, you're
Yes.
opposed? Okay, thank you. That passes 25 to 1 to 0. Okay, our last item of the night is 1071, self-funded plans on page 88.
88. 1071, self-funded plans found on page 88. Director Green was with us. A motion was made by Representative Chase. It was seconded by Representative Gardner to move $11,972,886. There was no discussion from the committee. Chairman Powers called for a vote for $11,972,886. 5 were in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstained. I so move $11,972,886.
Would you like to speak to this, Director Green?
One item that I think is notable in this group of funding is our health insurance. We did go out for a bid. Every few years we did, or we have, I should say. We had a few providers respond back to us, including the one we currently have, Anthem, and we also looked at the partnership plan as well. We were actually quite successful with Anthem in some of the items we got, including no new lasers for one of the plan years, some favorable RX rebate pricing. We were able to budget a few $100,000 less than prior because of the no new lasers. Our stop loss premium was reduced. So we really had some favorable outcomes where the increase isn't what it would have been. So I think that's a positive looking at this overall count.
Are there any questions? Representative
Yeah,
Thomas. Hold on. You need to raise your hand, please. Representative Thomas?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. If memory serves, the OPEB liability, could you just briefly describe that fund?
What would you like to know?
What exactly does that mean?
Other post-employment benefits. So this is covering retiree medical for the future. It's a future investment in the items that we've promised contractually to our employees currently.
Understood. So this is that fund that is supposed to get up to like a certain percentage?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
This is a fund that we're supposed to get up towards like 80, 90% funding? Is this, and then?
Incrementally, I think we're okay where we're at. We can continue to grow. I know it was a topic of conversation prior.
Mhm.
I do think it's important to not skip anything so that we're not laughing ourselves, whether it's a plus or a minus. Conventional wisdom says you keep investing because the market will even out over time.
Right. Understood. Yeah, no, we had a lengthy breakout on this last year, so I'm going to reserve the rest of my comments on that. And yeah, and I'll vote the way I feel. Thank you.
Representative Cerf.
Yes, I'd like to move the number, please. And the number is $11,512,886. $24,527. And I'll speak to that if I get it.
I need the number first. Can you tell me the number one more time, please?
11,524,527.
Okay. And would you like to speak to your
Okay, what that is, original number minus the OPEB contribution of 448,350. And my rationale for this is the following. This OPEB fund is not required, we are not required to fully fund that fund at any given time. According to what the state date was when they created that rule that we had to start funding, putting the OPEB in this, was up to the individual towns to make up their own schedule. Groton started funding at a rate which was equal only in all the other towns in Connecticut to the of Greenwich, which is extremely wealthy since it has all those hedge fund managers. And we funding that fund like as if we were Greenwich, which we are not. And more, this is going to be a recession year. The stock market is going down. All we're going to lose money out of that fund, which we're probably going to lose millions anyway because of the economy is going to go. So my suggestion, which is very radical, is simply not to fund that fund this year. It already has a lot of money in it. And we could easily funding it, and we could probably save ourselves money because whatever money we put in there, we're going to lose part of it. So we might as well wait until next year till things look brighter.
So I will say we're about 50% right now. We have a long way to go before being fully funded, and not funding it will.
Hold on. Representative Surf, let Director Green speak, please.
Okay.
If we stop at even one time, actuarially, that will increase future contributions to get to the end goal. So one time leads to an increase every year until that goal, whether it's a 20% or 20-year funding, actuarially what they're looking at. If we do it more than that, it's just more detrimental. So the percentage we're at and not funding, it will cost us in the long run.
Representative Gauthier.
Oh, wait, I'm not finished.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
When I asked the state controller one time whether he thought this fund was necessary, he rolled his eye and basically said no. That this fund is absolutely not necessary to the survival of the town or the state or anybody else. We have been forced to keep this, but it's a complete figment. We don't need funded. We don't even need to fund it at all. So I really recommend this year, when the market probably going to just be floating around or going down, we could have a huge decrease where we're going to lose a ton of money, just not to put this money in this year. You wouldn't do it if it was a savings account.
Are you done?
All right, now I'm.
Okay, thank you. Representative Gauthier.
So I'm not going to be able to sound as smart as Director Green, so I'll just be more blunt. The reason Connecticut is carrying over a third of its budget in debt obligation, partly bonding, sure, but because we weren't adequately paying for our OPEB all the way along like you were supposed to. It is absolutely necessary to fund your OPEB. It is being penny wise and pound foolish, whatever way you want to spin it, to not fund this. Connecticut has one of the worst debt situations, and it was because for like 30 years we weren't paying into these funds adequately. To undercut our ability to do that is absolutely foolish because, hey, silver tsunami, people are retiring at a really high rate, medical costs are going up. It makes no sense. What we're paying now is pennies on the dollar of what it's actually going to cost when those benefits get paid out. It is not responsible by any measure to be cutting this budget, even if we think it's a good year to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative
Can I
Sir,
say one
did you
more
want
thing?
to speak again?
Yes.
Okay.
We have always funded all of our requirements for our employees, except we've funded them out of pocket instead of out of this gigantic where we can only get the interest from the fund. We have always funded everything. We have never defaulted on a single thing for our employees. The only thing I can remember is at the Big Bridge, a fire district one year had a problem with funding their OPEB, and that was their problem. It wasn't our problem. And as far as I know, we have all funded our employee benefits. So that's not an argument for this year, really isn't.
Okay, so we are seeing no other hands raised. We are voting on the amended number of $11,524,527. Do you want to do a roll call? All in favor of this number, the $11,524,527, please raise your hand. I have Representative Gardner, Representative Thomas, Representative Cerf. Anyone else in favor of the amended number?
Massett.
No, she lowered her hand.
Oh, you
said
did?
no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, if Representative Cerf, if you could lower your hand. All those opposed to this number. So we have everyone.
26 minus 3 is 23.
Hold on, I haven't asked if anyone abstains. Does anyone abstain? I have Representative Merritt?
Yep.
Okay, so that fails. What are we at?
22 in favor, 3 opposed, and 1 abstention.
No. 3 in favor, 22
Oh,
opposed.
I'm sorry, the other way around. Yes.
1 abstention.
Yes, there we go.
Okay. So the next number we have is the original number, $11,972,886. All in favor, please raise your hand or say aye.
Aye.
If I keep saying aye, Okay, if those people online could lower their hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I have Representative Gardner. Anyone abstaining? I have.
Wait, did you say, I didn't hear you say opposed, sorry.
Are you
Cut
opposed,
off. Representative Cerf? Yes, I am.
Okay. And then abstaining was Representative Thomas, Representative Merritt.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay.
22.
That passes
2 to 2.
22 to 2 to 2. I will take a motion to recess. And a second. All right, we are recessed.
Thanks for staying.
See you guys on Monday. Thank you.